Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the public, to council members, staff, and the public who are watching online. Welcome to the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary's regular meeting of council on Monday, August the 22nd. Madam Clerk, please call the meeting to order by resolution.
Moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor Armstrong, that the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary be hereby called to order.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Now, the adoption of the agenda. I know we do have some things to move around. Madam Clerk, I think we want to move that the bylaws Section 8 be moved up to 5.2. Those are the bylaws to be dealt with immediately after the delegation, as Peter has to go to an OLT hearing at 10 a.m. So that means moving 8 up to 5.2. Okay, those are the three bylaws. Also, we have an item under miscellaneous business, which is going to be a report from our Economic Development Officer, Tara Kirkpatrick, on the Date My County initiative that has recently gone viral. So she has a really exciting report, a brief, very brief report to give us. That's Tara. And are there any other additions or deletions? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk?
It's moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that Council approve the agenda as amended.
All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Okay, seeing none. Adoption of the minutes. Madam Clerk, resolution, please.
Moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor Armstrong, that the minutes of the meeting, including the in-camera minutes of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, held July 18th, 2022, be adopted as circulated.
Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. We have a delegation this morning. Jacqueline Milner, welcome, on the speed reduction request for County Road 27 at the Somerstown Forest. Delegations are permitted a maximum of 15 minutes, please. So welcome. Yeah, sound is on.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Warden Williams, councillors, staff, and visitors. I'm here today to lobby my upper tier council to lower the speed limit on Highway 27 between Somerstown Station and Glen Road. This particular section of the highway encompasses a provincially significant wetland, and it is home to species at risk. And to urge my council representatives to make it a practice that the work and projects they perform or delegate maintains a healthy arena for our precious habitats, wildlife, and future generations. On that note, may I encourage everyone to remember all we do to protect marshlands, water, forests, and wildlife, protect human lives too. I'm here today because of what I've seen. Excuse me, while I get this back here. Boop. Because of what I've seen and not seen on the portion of the Highway 27, not only specifically this past May and June, but also over the last 20 plus years that I've lived in this area. Through this past May and June, I observed 2 mating pair of geese making Summerstown's provincially significant wetland home to have and raise their family. The 2 families that I witnessed seemed to choose either side of the road. They were keeping their own little respective properties to maintain and have their families. The little ones came, and Mom and Dad seemed to keep a vigilant eye out for the traffic. As I was driving through this area 3 or 5 times a day, as I drive school bus part-time, I was careful driving through and kept an eye out for these families. I also kept an eye out for speeding trucks or cars going in the direction of the families, signaling them to slow down as I was driving past the families to the oncoming trucks and cars, slow down. Of course, some of them probably noticed, some of them did not. I can personally attest that there were times, and still today, just yesterday in my driving from Martintown to my home in Summerstown Station, where I was being passed by cars going more than 80 kilometers per hour. Then one morning I drove by and saw a couple of the little ones squished on the road. Okay, I didn't think I was going to get this emotional. All right. I stopped there later that evening, found 3 goslings dead, one with its little heart sitting beside its body, all split apart, and one of the adults in the higher grass. I noticed on the trip thereafter that the single goose member seemed to have joined up with the other pair to watch as the little ones together, because one of the adult geeses had been hit by a car. Then came the 13th of June. This was the day, much to my surprise, that gravel had been added to the gravel shoulder of the road and compacted. Why was this a surprise to me? This was prime nesting season for our turtles, and the added material and the compacting of the material, not to mention the heavy machinery to do this work, would surely affect any viability of any of the eggs, particularly nesting turtle eggs laid in the gravel. According to Ontario Turtle, March 2022, all 8 of our species of turtles in Ontario have been designated as species at risk. Habitat destruction has played a major role, not to mention the roads built through wetlands, which have resulted in road mortality, which is now a major threat to turtles, second only to habitat loss. According to the document, Turtle Nests Road Shoulder Maintenance Best Management Practices, a guide for municipalities, 2017, determinations in applying best management practices, natural resource management in North America adopts the precautionary principle, which directs resource managers to apply a conservation ethic and to err on the side of caution with regards to any activity that may harm wildlife. Furthermore, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, first and foremost, encourages people to look for opportunities to carry out their activities in ways that will avoid any adverse effects on a species at risk or its habitats. Timing caution windows for all maintenance activities directly affecting unpaved road shoulders is between October the 15th to May the 20th. After the completion of this gravel shoulder work, the last sighting of any of the geese was 2 dead goslings on the side of the road, their heads missing. I have seen many turtles and other wildlife die due to traffic fatalities in this stretch of road. Some 10 years ago, this encouraged work with Cornwall and District Environment Committee, South Glengary Environment Committee, the Township of South Glengary, TD Friends of the Environment, and various other community partners to get turtle crossing signs in turtle fatality areas to alleviate these deaths. While this signage has increased awareness for the people to look out for crossing turtles, these shelled wonders are still being run over. And what is most concerning is the dwindling number I am seeing in the prime nesting area. While I have witnessed many large snapping turtles laying their eggs in the graveled shoulders of this portion of Summerstown Road, this year I witnessed only one smaller snapper laying eggs. It doesn't mean they weren't there, but I only witnessed one, whereas in previous years I have seen at least a few in this area and larger turtles. I have assisted many a turtle to the other side of the road safely and seen many who have suffered road mortality over the years. According to Influencing Driver Behavior Best Management Practices for Mitigating the Effects of Roads on Amphibian and Reptile Species at Risk in Ontario, 2016, using signage alone has relatively low effectiveness when used in isolation, and several approaches should be used concurrently whenever possible. Effectiveness of signage can be increased by combining it with other measures, such as reduced speed limits plus traffic calming measures. I am requesting that the speed limit be reduced in this area to 60 kilometers at the very least from the beginning of April to October. This is when our wildlife in this area would be traveling and nesting, and to consider installing flexible in-road traffic signs to effectively assist our wildlife, which will assist our residents also. Please keep in mind when reviewing this request, all we do to protect marshlands, water, forests, and wildlife. Protect our human families too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Do council members have any questions? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Thanks for your presentation, Jacqueline. As a member of the board on the Conservation Authority, I feel your pain and I understand exactly what you're going through. This isn't, you're not the first one to bring this up, but the first one in your area that I've heard of. There are some problems that we're always going to have, and it's the drivers themselves. However, yes, they need to be warned. I don't believe reducing it to 60 would hurt. I'm not suggesting that we do it from 1 month to another. If we do it, it's got to be year-round. Otherwise, it becomes complicated for people to remember those times. But I'm not opposed to that, and I'm also not opposed to putting signage saying that from one area to another that you can designate, which is a heavy conservation area, that just like construction, that speeding fines will double if they get caught. And then the third and the most important, and I've said this because speeding is a big problem everywhere for whatever reason it is, whether it's children playing or animals crossing. We need enforcement, and we have to ask our OPP officers to park there, get people used to the fact, especially the locals, that there's going to be an OPP somewhere around there, and I believe then that will help. But it's not a big help all at once, but it's a starting place anyway. That helps. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner, please.
Thanks, Warden Williams. You know, it would be nice that we partner with both conservation authorities that we have in our area, see a little bit about the education. I can say from my perspective, nothing ruins my day more when you drive and you're driving on Highway 2. There's a section in South Stormont that a turtle's been hit or whatever the case may be. And, you know, there are people that will watch and say that's just part of it. But if you look at the monarch population right now, I grew up seeing like hundreds of monarchs during the summer, and I'd be lucky if I've seen one this year. So I think it might be something that, I don't know about speed reduction or that type of thing, but maybe we can have a look at it, see what the partnerships could exist. And I know I've driven in other counties, not ours, but others, where they have taken that education route. And it is nice to see the signs. How would I know if I'm not from the area and I'm driving? How do I know that there's a turtle nesting spot? I wouldn't. So I think awareness is key, and I think that we do have two active conservation authorities that we have council members sit at, and I would like potentially to see some sort of partnership with them to increase driver awareness.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Jaworski, please.
Thank you, through you, Warden Williams. Thank you, Jacqueline, for bringing this to our attention. Like Councillor Smith said earlier, I share your pain. There's certainly, it's very, very unpleasant to remove roadkill, particularly, I mean, in some cases, animals are hit and it's pretty clear, well, this was sort of quote unquote an unavoidable tragedy, but then there's other times where you feel that, perhaps the drivers could have perhaps made, slowed down or tried to avoid in a safe manner to avoid the animals, and I think that's what's most upsetting. But as I was listening to you speak, I was just quickly also looking online at like what other areas have done who also have high turtle crossing areas, and I think building on what my co-councilors have already said, there's probably some other interesting ideas that maybe we could look at beyond or in addition to the speed limit. I'm not sure if the speed limit's the most effective approach because likely enforcement would be very difficult in that area, and it seems that when there isn't enforcement, it doesn't really happen. People don't slow down. So, but maybe during a certain time of the year, I know for certain, we have certain time of days where we have school speed limits that go down, depending on when the school's in session or not. So I don't think necessarily that doing something for a small period of time is totally off base. But certainly there's communities across Ontario that have looked at different culvert things, fencing things. I guess it all depends on, the scope of the issue. But I think to build on what's been said, we need to work with the conservation authorities to help us understand, is this like an area that we really, that we should be focusing on, or perhaps there's other areas that we even need to make a higher priority who have the same sort of issues. So thank you again for bringing it to our attention. And I do hope that the organizations we work with can look at this further. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. Councillor Landry, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So, thank you, Jacqueline, for the presentation. It's not just directed at Summerstown, it's across all of the United Counties, but maybe for staff. So I have the speed limit going from 80 to 60. I think a lot of times you have a 60, they're going 80. You have an 80, they're going 100. So it's something I think that we could look at, but I see a measure that works in some areas is the digital signs. I have a community group on my way to work, so I live just outside of the Warwick Forest, so I'm very near to there. And I'll tell you, come nighttime to drive my motorcycle down that path, it's not just protecting wildlife, but you're also protecting yourself at making sure you're going at a decent speed. But those signs are not a big expense, and I'm looking at Ben here, but it's something that community groups could get together and raise some funds. But if you have a sign there, I go by one daily, and it's been there for 2.5 years. And I gotta say, every time you see that red blinking, it just kind of lights up a little, and I'll slow down. So maybe if it's not a blinking light, whether you see 80 or 60, a lot of times people, if you're in the middle of nowhere, they're just going to where their destination is. So that would be a possibility that would maybe add a little bit of value, and it's at a very minimal cost. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors, for your comments. So Jacqueline, just to let you know, the way it works now is that this request will be brought back to staff. Staff will do some research, and will bring a report back to council at a further date. So you'll be hearing back.
Someone will get back to me about this. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
staff will get back to you about it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be moving on to bylaws now. And Madam Clerk, if you could please read 8.1, Official Plan Amendment Number 11.
Moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Wirt, that bylaw number 5367, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 11 to the official plan of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Warden Williams, and thank you for Council for accommodating the hearing at 10. So the first official plan amendment 11, is for the creation of a new lot on a private road in South Glengary. Normally, the official plan does not allow creation of lots on private roads due to concerns around maintenance, safety, and not meeting standards for emergency vehicles. This road is in great condition. We had a public meeting, and there was no one from the public that was against the proposal, and it was supported by South Glengary. So in this case, we're recommending that council grant the exemption to allow development on this road in South Glengary.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Questions or comments from council members? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, 8.2, Official Plan Amendment Number 13.
It's moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw number 5368, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 13 to introduce policies regarding the delegation of minor zoning amendments to the official plan of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Warden. Council may recall we had a public meeting at the last July council meeting regarding delegating of minor zoning amendments from council to staff. So this would allow municipalities for certain minor amendments where there are no objections received to delegate the authority to pass a bylaw to staff person. Typically it would be the mayor and clerk as a traditional bylaw. So we didn't receive any public comments for or against. We had a couple people call just to make sure that if there's objections that it would still be council's authority to approve it. And we've also consulted with the local clerks and planners, and that's formed the text of the bylaw. So if this bylaw passes, then at your local councils you'd be able to decide if you want to use this power, but this would just put it in the official plan, and then it'd be up to each council to decide which one of the bylaws, types of bylaws they'd like to delegate.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Questions or comments? I just have a comment. Unfortunately, I missed the July meeting. I was away on vacation, and you and I, Peter, had spoken about this because I had some interest in this subject. And I mean, I think it's great to reduce red tape whenever possible, that, you know, allow planning matters to move forward more effectively and efficiently. However, I have just a couple of concerns with regards to this, in that it can create a trend of increasing sort of lack of, public transparency, and an increasing potential lack of public input, what with no public meetings. And it's just, I think, something we need to be aware of. I understand that local councils will be able to make this decision themselves, which is good, but I think council members are going to need to go into this, and I mean not just this council, but local councils, fully informed about some of the potential pitfalls with regards to, and I'm going to use flag lots as an example. We have an issue in North Glengary with severances that are then going to create a small parcel of land with a very small driveway, that then go up to this sort of popsicle lot at the top. And if local councils use this delegation of authority, then none of those consents would appear in front of any local council. And so we wouldn't have the opportunity to comment on them if we considered them problematic. And so I'm just bringing that up because it's been, Jamie, or Councillor McDonald, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I tend to agree just because, and I guess it's more the lollipop severances that we've been talking about. And, you know, we do have a grave issue with them that, you know, with the decisions that are made. And sometimes, you know, when I've been involved in my other job doing these severances to sell off a piece of land, and oftentimes I don't agree with what the counties believe that lot to be. So I just think that if we don't have that, if we don't get to see these anymore, then, you know, it's kind of like we're just putting our blinders up. So I'm, like I said, we're just using that as the prime example, but I think that it'll be open for our council to make that decision if I'm...
That's correct, and through the warden, one other thing that at the local level you could decide is to still circulate them to council before any decisions made. So even if it's already, in some cases, there might not be a public meeting. It could just be at the municipal office for something that's already gone through the severance process. But if your council still wants to have the public meeting at the council meeting, that's definitely completely okay. Or even that before anything decisions are made, council circulated a copy so that if one member wants to bump it up to council, that it could still go to council. Yeah, so I'd encourage you to work with the staff when you're crafting that bylaw to make sure that it meets the needs of each of your councils. And if you don't want to use the power, that's you can just keep on reviewing bylaws at council as previous.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Landry, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I maybe asked it at the last meeting, but in regards to, so the consent approval of the counties that you're talking about, when it comes to zoning, so if there's a minor variance, does that fall under the same guidelines of that, eliminating that red tape, or is the procedure of minor variance still go through the public process?
Through the warden, that's a great question. So the power that's been delegated by the province is specific to zoning amendments. So minor variances would still go to committee of adjustment. Now, council could choose to have it go through a zoning amendment if that's the way you want to go. So it's always an option. If it doesn't meet the 4 tests, it should go through zoning anyways, but you can always pass a zoning bylaw even if it would be okay through the minor variance process. So in some cases, maybe it's the frontage you need to reduce. You could still pass a bylaw instead of going to minor variance if you wanted to have the process go that way, but generally they haven't delegated powers for minor variance. So if it's 20 meters frontage, you want to do 19, you could still ask for a variance through committee of adjustment.
Subsequent to this, so are you thinking that if we go the route where we would not use the process, would that eliminate the committee of adjustment? Or would we keep that still intact for, could be a one-off, or maybe just answer that last one for me, thanks.
So it would be up to each individual council, but the province hasn't delegated authority to pass minor variances. So if someone wanted to, you know, build a shed a little bit higher than they're allowed to, or build a house close to their lot line, they would still be going through committee of adjustment. The primary thing that we're looking at, maybe speeding up the process, is for the surplus dwelling lots, or something that has already been approved at one level of government, and it's a standard one that the neighbors were all consulted, no one objected. So that's it's typically ones that are associated with the severance, but not just a standard, I want to build a bit closer lot line, or build a little bit bigger house. Those would still go through committee of adjustment.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I'm wondering if, because I suspect this will pass today, which is fine. I'm wondering if there will be an opportunity to offer local councils a bit of an opportunity for an education session on some of the potential pitfalls to look for You know, if they decide to go with this delegation of authority, I am thinking particularly with things like, well, this flag lot issue, but also things like temporary uses. You know, in case, and especially with new councils coming in, there are going to be people who are going to need to be educated in this fashion before important decisions are made. Is that possible? If local councils want that?
Definitely, I'd be happy to give a presentation or work with the local planners. I know in North Dundas they've presented that at one of their last meetings already, so I could present to any of the councils or work with your planner to put something together.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, Warden. I think in the end, you know, it's the delegation policy and the communication that comes from staff that is key to this whole thing. I think it saves a lot of meetings that don't, you know, you're surplus dwelling, you know, you're running through a bunch of council stuff and staff and everything else, nobody complain, drive on. However, if there's contentious issue, you know, if there's a communication strategy that at least the people are aware, number one, and second of all, council is aware prior to or even during the process, then at least that has occurred and there's no somebody giving you a call, what happened here, because I didn't see anything. And they're the worst calls you can get, because then you look like, you know, if you're a council member and don't know what's going on, then you're not very apprised of the issues, and that reflects bad on you. So communication is key. I know delegation policy is very key, but as you say, you know, if council needs to pull one out, or even if it's a consent agendas, at least they can see it, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. If there's nothing else, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. And the last one is the official plan amendment number 14, cannabis production and processing amendment. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Wirt, that bylaw number 5369, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 14 to introduce policies regarding cannabis production and processing facilities to the official plan of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Warden and Council. This bylaw would introduce policies regarding cannabis production into the official plan, specifically the types of studies that might be required if a new application is received. There's policies to discourage the facilities near mixed-use tourist areas, and also to discourage reducing the setbacks that individual councils have established. So this will really help 3 of the municipalities that are in the process with their interim control bylaws and looking at new rules and regulations. And it's been reviewed by all the local planners. There was a member of the public at the public meeting that did support, and then we had a couple calls too from people in the public that supported the changes. So we're recommending council pass this bylaw and introduce the policies into the OP.
Thank you very much, Peter. Questions, comments? Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, Warden. As I commented at our public meeting, it's something that's certainly a good tool and toolbox that not only SDG but our lower tiers, if you haven't had an issue with cannabis facilities in the past, you certainly want to avoid them in the future. So any good tools and toolbox will certainly help all of us. Thank you.
Councillor Wirt.
Through you, Madam Chair, and Peter, just correct me if I'm wrong, but when we started down this road, municipalities were given the option as to whether or not they wanted to be hosts for these particular facilities. And I remember in North Stormont, we didn't see any downside to it. There was a small revenue stream, I think, associated with it. Does that bylaw now have to be revisited whenever we support this?
Through the Warden, so the host community was particular to only for cannabis retail. So the province didn't set rules for production. There's actually not too many guidelines at the provincial level at all, really. So we've been looking at what the federal government and what other municipalities have been doing. The province did look at putting rules in the D-series guidelines for distances and setbacks for industrial uses, but after the public consultation, they removed that. So they're leaving it up to the municipalities to decide how they implement this bylaw. So In this case, a lot of the municipalities put the interim control bylaw to freeze the use, but going forward, it would be generally allowed in industrial or agricultural areas, subject to the discretion of council on where they want to put the facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wirt. Seeing no other comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, Peter. Off to your next meeting. Okay, on to item 6, action requests. Nothing from corporate services. 6.2, financial services. We have the asset management plan. Please welcome Rebecca.
The motion's moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengary approve the attached asset management plan in accordance with Ontario Regulation 58817 as prepared by PSD Citywide.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we're just getting set up. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay, I see Chris is here from PSD. Good morning, Chris. I'm just going to briefly go over the Asset Management Action Request report before Chris proceeds with his brief presentation. So to meet the Ontario Regulation 58817 for the Asset Management Plan, we have now completed the plan for Sdg with the assistance of PSD Citywide. All the asset data for the core infrastructure assets has been compiled over the last couple of years, analyzed and went through in a lot of detail by each category and level of asset. The information was then provided to PSD to develop the risk analysis and current levels of service in conjunction with the Transportation Department. So that was done this past, over the last few months. So the plan has taken the information from various documents that we already have, such as the road needs study, the 2018 road needs study, our bridge study, official plan, and what we have available regarding growth and development in our area based on the recent plan that's being developed. So we've tried to encompass all that information in this plan. An important note to mention is the asset management plan is going to be continuously evolving. Every time we do a road needs study, we have one that's just been completed now. Our asset management plan will have to be updated with that recent information. Same with every 2 years we do the legislated bridge studies. All that information will have to be updated in the plan as the costs, replacement costs of those assets can definitely fluctuate quite a bit. Although Council may not have had the opportunity to review the asset management plan in complete detail, as it was only provided last week, once we provide the updates to the recent road needs study to the plan, if Council so desires, we could have a further discussion or deeper discussion with the Committee of the Whole meeting if that's what Council would prefer. I'll leave that up to Council to decide. So I'll let Chris go ahead and present what he has to date, and this would complete our phase 2 of the plan, and phase 3 will be underway shortly thereafter. So I'll leave it with you, Chris, to present the plan to our council.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me today, Warden Williams and council members. I just want to confirm I had a slight issue with a presentation I did last week through Zoom. The viewers could not see the maximum screen size. Can you see my screen just fine that I'm sharing?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, we're good. We can't
Okay.
hear you all that well,
Thank
though.
you. How is that? Is that better?
Mike's coming to have a look. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Fine.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Thank you. As Rebecca mentioned, there's many factors that are involved in developing an asset management plan with current data, current assessments and studies, and also current valuation. For this asset management plan for the county, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, we focus solely on core infrastructure to meet 2022 OREG requirements. Now, there's not a financial plan included with this AMP, although a financial plan will need to be developed for the 2024 requirements under the OREG. But having said that, it must be noted that in Ontario, asset management plans can only refer or use sustainable funding sources. So those one-time federal grants and transfers that we see from time to time cannot be included in an asset management plan here in Ontario. So that contributes to a little bit of the difference between in your financial plan when it comes, when it's developed, of what is being projected and what is currently being spent on infrastructure today. So just a quick review of what is the Ontario Regulation 588-17 for those of you that are not aware. Back in 2019, every municipality in Ontario had to develop an asset management policy, which you have completed. And then there was, as we know, COVID had hit the country and all over the world. And with that, the province given a one-year extension. It was established on March 15th, 2021. So all requirements in 2021 were moved out to 2022, and every subsequent deliverable beyond that was also moved out. So currently, where it says on that graph, you are here, we are looking at core infrastructure assets only today. So with that, we've checked the box on the current levels of service, inventory analysis, life cycle activities to sustain those current levels of service, cost of life cycle activities, population and employment forecast, and also discussion of growth impacts. Going forward in the future, in 2024, your asset management plan must be updated and also include all infrastructure, so all assets, including core and non-core. But you also have to define a proposed levels of service for the next 10 years. Updated inventory analysis. So as Rebecca mentioned earlier, we'll be looking at incorporating all relevant and new studies and data that is available at that time. Lifecycle management strategy, financial strategy, and addressing shortfalls. So looking at that financial strategy, how you're going to achieve sustainability over the next 10 years to come. And also a discussion of how growth assumptions impacted life cycle and financial strategies of infrastructure. And then going out past 2025, there needs to be an update to the asset management policy, but also a review annually. Council must review, or elected officials must review the asset management plan yearly or annually. That doesn't mean you have to update the plan annually, but then every 5 years going forward, the asset management plan must be updated with current and relevant data within a 2-year window and adopted by council and approved as your asset management plan. So a lot of things, like Rebecca mentioned earlier, this is not a once and done. This is an ongoing effort that municipalities here in Ontario will have to abide by. So what does asset management involve? If we look at ISO 55000, it says it's coordinated activity of an organization to realize value from assets. So really what we can attach that to is the levels of service, the value that assets and infrastructure bring to your taxpayers within tax and ratepayers within your counties. And really what levels of service is, it's a balance of cost, performance, and risk. So if we're trying to reduce costs, well, the consequence of reducing costs is also reducing some performance, and maybe add a little bit more risk to the ownership of infrastructure assets. So again, it's a complex calculation. There's a lot of factors involved, which you will have to look at for the 2024 requirements when we start looking at those target levels of service that the counties are going to propose. So if we look at the evaluation of the asset portfolio in 2021, and it was based on the 2021 year-end data. Now, there's some good feedback from a council member on how these numbers were calculated and where these replacement costs come from. So as Rebecca mentioned earlier, we derived a lot of information for the road network, specifically from the 2018 roads needs assessment. One thing that we need to remember as well, when we're looking at asset management plans, we're looking at current valuation of assets. We're not necessarily looking at future valuations. So we do not include inflationary measures to define what infrastructure may cost in 5 to 10 years from now, where many studies include an inflationary factor. And as we know, an inflationary factor based on historical data today might not be as accurate as what is actually happening in the economy in today's standards. So those inflationary rates will not be considered going forward into the future, just based on today's current value. So based on this information, the total replacement cost for core infrastructure in the counties is $952.5 million. Really, if you break that down by household, it's $19,000 of infrastructure stock, core infrastructure stock per household. So that excludes equipment, machinery, buildings, and so on that do not fall under the core infrastructure asset categories. So if we analyze the current condition of assets within the counties, and the road network is in fairly good condition, along with the bridges and culverts and stormwater data as represented in front. 98% of assets within the bridges and culverts has assessed condition. Road network, 78%, and the storm infrastructure is 0%. So like many municipalities, storm infrastructure has been the forgotten child. We've installed it in the ground, and over the years, we've forgotten about it. It just drains water. And that's the way many municipalities have looked at it. So there is some significant work to be done there eventually in the future. According to our analysis, 66% of assets in the counties are in fair or better condition, and 82% of assets rely on assessed condition in the core infrastructure asset categories. So now we look at the average annual capital requirements, and there's also comment about this graphic, and I will explain this graphic. This graph identifies capital requirements over the next 85 years. So that ensures that every asset has went through a full iteration of its life cycle, so we can capture all those peaks and valleys. Now, having said that, these are aggregated into 5-year bins, 5-year buckets, I guess you could say. And the reason we do that, because if we would try to represent 85 years of capital requirements in a graph, it would be visually skewed. You would not be able to identify. You'd be able to see the bars, but not necessarily the data that's behind it. So there's a reason why we aggregate them into bins and not display that full 85 years year over year. And those average annual capital requirements equate to a little over $26 million on an annual basis for core infrastructure is what we've calculated. If we look at those target versus actual reinvestment rates, so actual reinvestment rates are what you are investing in core infrastructure today, and target reinvestment rates is what you should be setting your annual reinvestment rates at to meet full sustainability in the future. Now, I had mentioned earlier, within asset management plans in Ontario, we cannot include non-sustainable funding sources. So all those, like I mentioned earlier, the senior government grants, one-time grants from the federal governments, and also transfers and so on, cannot be included. So I know municipalities rely on these infrastructure grants, but unfortunately, when we look at sustainability from an asset management plan perspective in Ontario, it's solely based on the sustainable funding sources. So that's your OSIF GAT taxes and your rates and your taxes. And according to that, like I mentioned earlier, the town should be allocating approximately $26 million annually for a target reinvestment rate of 2.74% annually. And I will mention that I had to look at these numbers a little bit closer, because for some reason, the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, your financial forecasts are by far some of the best we have seen. And I've delivered asset management plans from coast to coast in Canada, and the counties are performing very well compared to your comparators. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You're doing a great job compared to others. If we look at the infrastructure deficit, our calculations for core infrastructure indicate there's about a $600,000 infrastructure deficit currently. So eventually the financial strategy and its recommendations will be based on the capital replacement and rehabilitation needs required to maintain the current levels of service. As the counties establish the target levels of service or desired levels of service, the required capital investment and financial strategy will be revised, because now we're looking at what those targets, reinvestment rates will be based on growth, based on infrastructure, based on the current inflation at that time. So every municipality is experiencing infrastructure deficits, but again, the United Counties infrastructure deficit is far less than counties of your size that I've worked with in the past. So in closing, before we get into comments or questions, there's some key AM program recommendations that we've made, that we've identified throughout the process. So first and foremost, complete a thorough review of stormwater infrastructure inventory for accuracy and completeness. So like many municipalities, counties throughout Canada, the inventories are not the most accurate for stormwater infrastructure. So continue to validate that information to make sure you have a complete and accurate inventory. Continue to monitor the accuracy of all asset inventory data on a regular basis, as we know, because we have to update these asset management plans going into the future. So regular updates and analysis of these inventories is going to be very important going forward in the future. Prepare for OREG 588-17-2024 and 2025 requirements, which means, I highly recommend to develop a communication strategy to engage the public on asset management and what these target levels of service really mean. Obtain feedback to inform development of those proposed levels of service. So the public is well informed and understand what proposed levels of service mean. Continuous improvement and regular review. So an asset management plan is a living document that is attached to your asset inventory. And it should be updated regularly to inform long-term planning. And then also, if we look at those, and I mentioned earlier, the OREG 588-17 requirements beyond 2025 requires council to review the asset management plan annually. And also the counties must update the asset management plan every 5 years going forward, from 2025 going forward. So with that, I will open up the floor to any comments or questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Any comments or questions from council members? Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks for the presentation, Chris. I did read through all the numbers that you had provided, and I agree with you that SDG, through their staff and councils, have done a really good job in keeping up with their assets and making sure things got done right. And I do appreciate what we've done here. I know from the South Dundas point of view, our asset management plan did not look as good as this, and we're way behind. I think the vast majority of municipalities are in that kind of boat, but usually these are horror stories. I think we have a good news story here that future councils have a good base, and hopefully they'll continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byvelds. Councillor Jaworski, then Councillor Wirt, please.
Thank you, through your warden. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a few questions, though they're probably more directed to staff, and I do want to highlight that there's some very good news here in the work that's been done, highlighting just how good staff has been keeping up on our assets. So I guess it's more coincidence that the 2022 roads need study is on our agenda for today. And so I was looking through the asset management plan and comparing it to the roads need study. And so there's a few things that I'm hoping staff can comment on and what it means for the future. So like for example, like the roads network valuation in the roads need study is almost 900 million, whereas in the asset management plan, it's 700 million. So it's like a 20% difference or 200 million difference. And so I hope staff can speak to that difference. And I mean, I understand there's certain things like inflation and whatnot that'll come out, but still I'd like them to speak to that a bit more. And then taking that information, so if the asset management plan is a bit undervalued, let's say, and then we look at it compared to our 2022 budget, where also the capital investments the AMP is suggesting is less than what we're putting in the budget. It seems to me that that's suggesting that we are still under budgeting by a significant extent. So I hope staff can comment on that. And lastly, maybe it's more of a suggestion. So when I was trying to do this exercise of lining up the AMP with the budget, it seems that the line items and what we include and what we don't include is not the same. And so I don't know if that's something that has value for the future, but that might be, if this is the way we're going to be doing things because of the legislation with AMP, perhaps there's some value in having the budget line items line up better with how the AMP is structured, just to make these kind of evaluations easier. Thanks.
So, Chris, is that something that you can speak to, or Rebecca, or does Ben need to speak to that?
I can touch on it for now, and maybe Chris can reply as well. So looking at the AMP and the road needs study, the differences, when we did the 2018 road needs study, it was based on values at that time and replacement costs at that time. Those are the replacement costs that are in our asset management plan. We all know what's happened in the last 4 years with regards to the costs of asphalt and replacement costs. But at the same time, our 2018 road needs study didn't include our roundabouts. They're now new, so they're now included in the 22. So any like various changes in the structure of our assets, if they've changed, are now included in the 22 road needs study as well. But it's a multitude of factors. I'd have to go through in a lot of detail to get you the total difference, but most of it would be inflationary and changes in how those assets are built. The asset management plan, when we look at the annual requirement, the asset management plan that Chris presented today, our core infrastructure assets are not just surface assets for roads. When we look at the roads assets, it also includes our entire guide rail network, all our street lights, illumination, beacons, traffic signals, those types of road assets as well. And when we look at the budget, when we budget here at the county level, when we do the year-end processes and we determine what's capital maintenance, what's just maintenance, it gets pulled out a little bit differently than when you see the budget line item. We have a threshold of $50,000 for it to be deemed as capital, and some of it is just maybe over $50,000, but it's just maintenance, not necessarily a capital improvement. So there's a couple of variations if you look at the budget versus how we're building the plan. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Chris?
Sure thing. Through the warden, some very good comments. The one thing to remember about an asset management plan, and this may sound cliche, but it's progress, not perfection. So an asset management plan is your 30,000-foot view of what the counties are experiencing today, but also that long-term view of what they may be experiencing in the future. As we know, we cannot pinpoint what's going to happen 10 years from now. But an asset management plan is a guiding tool, and it's also a communication tool to the public as well, because it's a public-facing document. It's not, like I said, it's progress. That's why these asset management plans need to be reviewed annually to see the differences between what's actually happening and what's in your asset management plan, but also updated every 5 years. And I think it's a good move here in Ontario that we're doing this, because if an asset management plan was developed and it's not updated, it becomes that report on the shelf that means nothing because no one's going to look at it. So again, it's not going to 100% align with your budgets every year because it's more of a forecast and it's a long-term projection rather than an actual. And I hope that maybe kind of explains the differences between the two as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that clarification. I guess just to come back to my question/comment about aligning the budget line items more with how these are structured. I understand that, like, that issue of is it as an expense or at a capital line item, and certain things will fall in different buckets, but sort of more in terms of what's considered part of the road network, like the lighting and those things, which I gather is sort of in other buckets. So I don't know if that's a suggestion/question. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that, about if that's something worthwhile to try to line up those documents, understanding that they won't line up necessarily financially exactly, but sort of conceptually, what do we consider as, core in this bucket and core in this other document? Thanks.
Just to comment on that, this is so relatively new, so seeking that type of feedback is really important to us to be able to give council and the public what they're looking for, and that's definitely something that we can look at when we're in the budgeting process of trying to break out. I know many municipalities and counties do capital budgets and operating budgets. We kind of blend them in together. So it is something that we can definitely look at and break them out a little bit more, or even provide a report after the budget's approved, just balancing those items with the documents. They won't be accurate year after year because the asset management plan is a guiding tool and will change quite a bit every single year. It's going to be a lot of work just maintaining this plan. Most of this information that was compiled to get to the point where Chris was able to put it into an actual asset management plan, it was all completed in-house with the very limited staff that we had. So it was a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and a lot of hours. And Liz McCormick, our manager of finance, is not here today, but I want to give kudos for her for working so closely with Chris and the transportation department, because she did a wonderful job in getting all this information to the point where it's in such a well laid out plan. But it's definitely information and feedback I'd like to hear from council so that we know what you might be looking for going forward in the future, so that we can balance out those documents and give you a more realistic picture of how they connect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wirt?
Through the chair, and thank you very much for the report, Chris. I've always had this line that whenever we do asset management, the first thing we should be recognizing is our staff, and I think you've done a great job of outlining the importance that they've had in this role and many others. As far as best practices go, though, excuse me, I was intrigued. I'm sorry. I was intrigued with your comment that you see these plans right across Canada, and I'm always envious of somebody with that vantage point, because I think it's an opportunity for us to really zone in on practices that are consistently successful. And I was wondering, is there any opportunity in this process that you can provide outlines for opportunities for us to even get better? And in particular, I take a look at the volatility of some of the commodity markets we're dealing with. If there's best practices out there, in future contracting in particular, that we could take advantage of, is there any capacity there?
Thank you. That's a great question through the warden. Yeah, well, so we talk about best practices, many best practices that we can follow, and if we break them down into individual asset categories, I could probably talk for the next hour, which I'm not going to do because that'll just, it's not what we want to get into. But the best practices are, and I want to go back and add to what Rebecca just said with the time and the effort, and also the comment that you made as well, Councillor. I've worked with, here in Ontario, we are forced to go down this asset management path, and I've worked with municipalities in Alberta and BC, and they're trying to do what we're already doing here in Ontario. And what I will say is what your staff have managed to do over the course of the last 3 to 6 months. Some of the counties I've worked with out in the western provinces have taken 3.5 years to get to the point where you are today. And that's getting data in line, understanding their inventory, compiling all this information, getting it into an asset management system. So probably the first best practice I'm going to mention is, as I mentioned earlier, is making sure that you have the resources and capacity to be able to update this information on a regular basis. It's key, especially now in today's, like you mentioned, today's markets and commodities with inflation and everything else. I think it's more important now than ever, especially over the next 5 years, to keep on top of that. Best practices also involve keeping your asset inventories in a best practice manner, meaning data hierarchies and consistent data inventories that match what industry professionals are using it, assessors, for example, road need studies, or even buildings. I'll talk about buildings as well. There are industry standards out there, best practices that we should be following because it aligns with industry costing, industry inflation, industry projections, and having those data sets in your inventory aligning with that is probably one of the most important pieces that you'd be focusing on. And your staff has already done a great job at that, but also maintaining it going forward. And I don't know if that's a roundabout way of answering your question, or if you want a little bit more of a detailed answer, I could do that as well.
Okay, that's great. Go ahead, Councillor Wirt.
Thanks very much, Chris. And I think it's also important that we also note for the public that as glowing as this report has been, it needs to be added that the counties have stepped outside of their jurisdiction in several areas and picked up responsibilities that we felt were priorities, such as the manors. And if you took the $6.5 million that we've allocated to those responsibilities and put them into this plan, I think it only enhances the position we already hold. So it should be noted that that again, it speaks to our staff and their ability to juggle the many responsibilities we put on them and still succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wirt. I would like to second those comments, and thank you very much, Rebecca, to you and your staff. Please pass our gratitude on for all of the hard work we know you've put into this. This is indeed a tightly run ship, so thank you. If there are no other comments, then thank you, Chris. Oh yes, okay, so we have a motion in front of us. If there's nothing else, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much, and thanks again. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, moving along, we've got 6.3 transportation, signage for intersection SDG 19 and SDG 27. So, Ben, you'll be speaking to that? Okay, thank you.
It's moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengary approve the recommendation to install warning signage contrary to Policy 2-16 roadside signage at the intersection of County Road 19 and County Road 27.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, and I know I guess the resolution makes it sound a little more sinister than it actually is, like going against policy, but the reality is this is something we've talked about with council, and the desire that we had from council was to put in what we'll call like a standard traffic sign, official looking traffic sign. We had some discussions about maybe alternative messaging and alternative ways of delivering the message that you have to stop at County Road 27, and ultimately the direction we received was let's go with something that looks like an official sign. There is an official sign which is the cross traffic does not stop, which is a OTM, Ontario Traffic Manual sign. And the reason we need council approval to put that up is that it is the way the OTM does describe how we should be installing the sign isn't quite consistent with how we're installing it and leaving it up. But that's not to say it's not the right decision, and I do think from staff's perspective it's going to convey the message that we are intending to convey there, just to provide some further enhancement to those motorists that are on 27. Hey, you got to stop at this stop sign up ahead. So that's the whole intent and purpose of this, is just to formally get council's thumbs up to go ahead and install this, and that way it's consistent with our policy.
Very good. Okay, questions. We have Councillor Warden, then McDonald, and then Armstrong, and then Smith, please.
Thank you, Warden. Ben, we're pretty close to the Quebec border. Adding a French sign, because it's a lot of language, I'm just wondering, is that something we could do as well? Have both languages, because there's a lot of Quebec traffic in our municipality.
Yeah, you know what? I guess if that's direction from council, we can absolutely do that. It is a non-standard standard sign, and certainly adding that supplementary translation in French as an additional sign, or somehow getting them both on the same sign. If that's the direction council gives us, absolutely we can do that. No problem.
Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. What's the accidents occurrence there? Because I know I go through there, and it's when you stop at 27 and you just automatically think that the other people are going to stop, and if they're going, as we've said before, if it's 80, they go 100. It's really fast, and so So I guess the first question is that, and my second question is, why do we not make that a four-way stop?
So it is something we had looked at and evaluated. We are watching traffic counts, and I think we will be getting an updated traffic count through this summer and fall. And Mike, I'm kind of looking at you just to make sure I'm not I'm being accurate. There's traffic counts being done as we speak, so we will have some updated traffic counts. A four-way stop trigger is really whenever we have more balanced traffic volume. So right now, County Road 19 is still the predominant road, so you're trying to maintain through traffic. That's not to, so from the, we'll call it like the very, the engineering side of it, the stop on 27 is appropriate. But that's not to say, like, council has the authority to include a stop. If that's council's direction they want to take, we can, you know, we have to amend our stop bylaw, our through road bylaw, to include a stop. So that is an option, and it is something we're watching. And at some point in the future, if 27 does catch up to the volume on 19, then we would come forward with that recommendation. It's just not there yet from the engineering side of it. But again, it's, you know, council has introduced four-way stops in other locations, and if they feel it's appropriate, I defer to the judgment of council on that one. In terms of the the accident frequency, I don't have the exact information in front of me. I know in my time here, I would suggest every several years there is a severe accident that comes to our attention at the office, but that's not to say there's ones that are happening that are not being either reported or near misses, or that the OPP aren't communicating back to us. But I do have a plan, and it kind of stems from an alternative discussion on Highway 138 and some of the new statistics that the OPP can bring out. Our plan is actually to talk to them about, like, let's look at some hot spots across the county. And I'm not sure if they identify this as a hot spot, but I'd be interested to see if the OPP actually identifies this as a hot spot on their radars too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Warden. That opens up a few different questions that I would have in my head. To Councillor McDonald's point, I don't know, and I mean this, I think the council would want to think about that. I don't know that the equivalency of traffic going on either road would be necessarily a point for me to say that's where you should decide if you're going to put the signs or not, or if you're going to have a four-way stop sign, because again, and I'm not, I mean, I know the roads and I've been on the roads, but to Councillor McDonald's point, if what's the proportion? If 2/3 are going to where you're supposed to stop and 1/3 is coming by at 100 kilometers an hour, does it have to be within a 45, 55 sort of range for where you're going to put up a stop sign? My trigger would be preferred to be the potential or the actual existence of accidents happening. I mean, I wouldn't care if 20% is going this way, but the 80% that are going that way are in danger every time they try to cross the road. You know, so then I'm certainly not an engineer, but that would be something I would look at as opposed to a 50-50 or 60-40 sort of split, because that's not really, that's not really the concern. If 10% of the 40% are getting hit, then, I mean, numbers can be a very strange thing. I'm just wondering if council's going to think that this is, I would assume that if that is a spot where these signs are going to be significant, that we could probably all find multiple places where that could be needed if that's going to be considered a solution. And the one spot that I would tie it back to would be, what about 7 and 43? Because is that going to work there where rumble strips don't work, where a sign doesn't work, where, again, as Councillor McDonald says, you're sitting there, you're watching people go by at 100 kilometers an hour. I mean, it may be a good start, but I don't think that that's really, having spent 30 years driving for a living, that sign is going to be, it may be a small improvement, but I don't know that that's going to reach a lot of, if it's really a significant impact point, I don't think that that's the solution. And I don't mean that critically, I just don't think that we can put up 15 signs and people don't, if they don't read the first 14, they're not going to read the last one, you know what I mean? But I would certainly suggest that going by a ratio of traffic going in either direction is not necessarily the one that should be the kickoff point. And I would like to hear your thoughts on where we're going to go with 7 and 43 and multiple other places that are corners like this.
Okay, a couple of comments to respond to through you, Madam Warden. So accident frequency is another trigger in terms of introducing intersection control. Again, and I apologize, I don't have the actual study when we looked at it previously, but I know that the accident frequency wasn't at that trigger at that time. And again, I'm kind of peeking over your shoulder looking at Mike to make, yeah, by all means, Mike, if you can add a little bit to the discussion, I'd really appreciate that. because Mike was instrumental in going through this and putting some of this information together. So I'll go to a couple other comments that Councillor Armstrong made. I know we are working on, Council gave us direction for introducing a study or completing a study at 7 and 43 to provide some recommendations. I think that this is going to be something we bring forward in terms of an element we want that consultant to look at, and I know that design work is, I'll let Mike answer that one, but it is in progress is what I'm trying to say.
Just, if I just may, I don't want this to necessarily devolve into a conversation about 7 and 43. I was just making that point. I mean, this is the particular question, so if you will, Mike, I don't want it to all be about 7 and 43.
So in accordance with the OTM guidelines, a high frequency collision intersection would be 4 per year. And we have the statistics from the MTO for this intersection, which is sitting at about 1 per year right now. So it would not be a high frequency collision intersection. And the guideline does have a mechanism for converting a stop controlled intersection to an always stop once you meet that threshold. Aside from that, there was a previous question. The split is 70-30 in this manual for traffic from one direction or the other to trigger an always stop.
If I may, sorry, just for clarification, so it has to reach 70, the minimum requirement is 70-30 for either direction for that to go in, or that's actually what it's at right now is 70-30?
It would have to reach 70-30 for that to go in. I don't have the latest traffic counts available in front of me right now, but let's say on County Road 19, if you had less than 70% of the traffic on 19 and you had more than 30% of the traffic using that intersection on 27, that would be the trigger for considering an always stop. Below that, you wouldn't consider it.
May I just have one more and then I'll see it? So my concern there would be, and I mean, again, I'm not an engineer, but is that 70-30 throughout, is average throughout the day? Because if you could potentially have intersections, and it may very well be this one, perhaps people that use it a lot could tell me, but there may be peak moments where it's more than 70-30, and to me, if that was 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day, or typically in rush hour during the morning and then rush hour when people are going home, for instance, I'm not saying for that road, but if that was the case, then if it was my area, I would be okay with having that kick in the stop sign, because for the other 20 hours a day, people can stop for 5 seconds and then go through and be safe. But if we have peak times, perhaps at 5 o'clock, I don't know if one of the people that are by that road, if at 5 o'clock it's 50-50, or it's the numbers are right there, then from why worry about what it's like at 11 o'clock in the morning? Would be my only comment.
If I may, perhaps when we get the latest traffic counts, we can come back and give council that information and kind of do a comparison, because we did make that commitment and it's certainly on our radar in terms of keeping an eye on it. And I think it's, then we can make sure we have the right information together for council and the most up-to-date information, and we can return back and give council that full detail that, because I'd like to look at it myself and provide Councillor Armstrong and everybody else that information, because it's valid questions that are being raised, and we can look at, because our counting we can look at peak traffic times and we can classify types of traffic, and I think that all that information plays into it, and I'd like to get that meat for us to dig into, if I may.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. That's what I was going to suggest. We still have 2 more, Councillor Smith and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I find sitting around this table when you speak last or next to last, all your comments and concerns have already been talked about. And once again, it happened again, but that's okay. I'm going to go back and comment on Councillor McDonald first, his comments, because I had them in my notes as well. I think that maybe a 4-way stop might be the way to go. I know what I've been finding or feeling is the counties like to see continual flow of traffic, and this would deter from that. But I think, a short stop, if it meant saving a life, it's well worth the stoppage in itself. And then according to Councillor Warden, he mentioned about the Francophone sign, because it's not a traditional shape like a yield stop railway crossing, so you have to count on the message on the sign, and being in the area that it is, I believe it should also be in French or have one in French. And I would probably want to add something else to it, maybe a solar little light, a flashing light, to bring that to the attention of traffic if it's not a big deal, or even some reflective tape around it, especially for the nighttime. You can get the headlights. But I do think we have to do something there, and even if it is just a sign, if it does nothing more than enhances our due diligence for insurance purposes in case there's a problem, we just don't want to have to take another fight to court. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dworsky.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. A couple comments. This has definitely been brought up at our lower tier table about concerns about this intersection, and to build on the data when it comes to accident frequency. Our station chief for the Williamstown Fire Service is in the audience today, so I would suggest maybe speaking with him at some point as well. That way, Martin Lang. So they would be the responding station for accidents there, and I know I would think he would have some insight on potentially ones that don't always necessarily get captured in the statistics, because definitely from their perspective, this is a concerning intersection. That's my first comment. The second comment is what Jamie said, and it hit me as I had a certain assumption about this intersection. I travel on the 19. I rarely travel on the 27. And I assumed that the accidents are that people are not stopping at 27. But then when Jamie said, Councillor McDonald said he stopped, and then you think the other car, I'm like, oh, so maybe the root cause of these accidents is not, and I wonder if we have information on the quote unquote root causes of the accidents, or when you do your traffic studies, do you capture whether folks are actually stopping on 27 or if they're just, potentially blowing through? Because some of this is about like behavior modification, but if you're trying to modify the wrong behavior, it doesn't necessarily work. So, I mean, I think this is good. Fundamentally, I have no issue with this. I think it's something that, potentially wakes people up as to the situation. But yeah, I'd be interested to know if we can try and get some more clarity on exactly what is happening at an intersection. Are people blowing through, or one way or the other? And lastly, just again about this thing about perking people up and getting them out of the sort of subconscious driving. Do we ever look at using rumble strips to, again, sort of wake folks up to a situation changing? Thanks.
I'll let, through you, Madam Warden, maybe let my esteemed colleagues from North Dundas comment on the rumble strip side of it.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I'll give Councillor Armstrong a break from 7 and 43, and I'll speak to 7 and 43. Being a retired volunteer firefighter in North Dundas, 7 and 43 has been a long-standing issue, Councillor Jaworski. Deaths, unexplained events, clear sight lines, a lot of questions maybe your council is facing as to why this takes place in 19 and 27. Rumble strips have been put in place. They definitely alert you that something's happening, but once you, anecdotally, what's been brought to my attention, once you get used to the idea of rumble strips being there, you get used to the idea of avoiding rumble strips, and anecdotally, people travel in the opposite lane just to avoid damage to their suspension or the perceived potential for damage. I think there might have been larger stop signs. There's been newspaper articles. There's been concerted Facebook post efforts, challenges to the public about the attention that's needed at that intersection. Fingers pointed at municipal council, upper tier council for lack of effort, and again, you mentioned behavior as one of the things that needs to be thought about. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but it's been many, many years. This effort at 7 and 43 has been investigated, and still the carnage continues. Councillor Smith talks about due diligence, and Councillor Armstrong brought it up. Where does the cross traffic does not stop sign, where do we stop with that sign? That's part of the due diligence. Due diligence, whenever it brought to my attention when I have challenges locally, and I raise questions with Mr. Jans or Mr. DeHaan about why is this and why is that, and I wholeheartedly agree whenever they refer to the OTM that standardization needs to be maintained, and I support the intent of that. Sometimes I wonder what the OTM really intends, but I support what's in the OTM. If that sign isn't part of the OTM, it doesn't fit the criteria, do we just wholeheartedly disavow ourselves of the OTM and consider not following it? It's there for a reason. It's for people that are in other communities. There's that standardization across the province. I worry about that. But if we are going to deviate from that, to Councillor McDonald's thought, a four-way stop. If we're going to enter into not following the OTM, I think we should really enter into it and make people stop if this is the issue. So to my whole comment, why I wanted to jump in is I think we need more evidence. I'd like to see more evidence about the number of accidents, as to Councillor Jaworski's comment about Chief Lang and his information. I support the need for information before a decision is made at this table about a sign that deviates from the OTM. But I'd also like to know, and it comes up from Councillor Warden's thought about the bilingualism, if Chief Lang can bring it to Mr. DeHaan, are the accidents occurring with people from not outside the province but outside the area? Is it locals that are involved in these accidents? Is it because of behavior? Is it because of becoming complacent with the road they're on? And those are the sort of things I'd like to know about before we make a decision. I think it's too early and not enough information to make a decision on this type of sign. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Okay, I just want to step in here. We've talked about this for a long time. I think it's pretty clear that we need another staff report to come. Councillor Bellivalds, do you have anything new? Because if it's not new, we need to move on.
Well, I agree with you, Warden. I think, we're either going to defeat this motion and drive it back, or we defer it on and come up with better information, because, Ben has given us enough. He needs to know this, he needs to know this, he needs to know this, and I think deferring to those who live in the area as a resource is very important, because the OTM is the OTM, great little handbook, but reality is reality. And if the four-way stop is the best thing to do, then let's do it. And that's the way I'd look at it.
Okay, so here's my question, because the motion on the table has us putting that sign up. If maybe we need to see a report and defer this motion. If we could defer the motion, and then, because we don't want to put a sign up and then just turn around and take it down. So if I can please see hands if you think that a deferral is the way to go here. Yeah, because then I'm sorry, I'm not taking questions from the public. Then we can have a thorough discussion about how we need to be moving this forward, rather than making a decision that it sounds to me is likely premature. I will take one more question. That's it.
Through you, Warden. Could we have this at the next meeting? Because I do think this is an important issue. I don't want it kicked down the field too long. Thank you.
If I may, we'll prioritize making sure those traffic counts are done, and so we have the most up-to-date traffic counts in time for next meeting. That should be no problem to get that information.
So we can get this moving. Okay, very good. So I'm going to need a mover and a seconder that item 7.3A, signage for intersection of SDG 19 and SDG 27, to be deferred to the September County Council meeting. Do I have a mover? Councillor Warden, seconded by Councillor Smith. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Okay, I think we'll just take a 10-minute break now. There are some snacks and coffee in the back, so please go help yourself. Go. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, after our break. We're on to number 9, consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the resolution.
It's moved by Councillor Wirt, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that all items listed under the consent agenda section of the agenda be received for information purposes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Yeah, I just want to give an update on the electoral redistribution that the Township of North Glengary had put forward, and that we did receive the report from the Committee for the Federal Government, and they have recommended that North Glengary be put into Sdg. So we'll see where that goes in the next few months. So just want to.
So there's.
You don't want us?
No.
Well, okay, is there a vote now? Like, are you voting against us?
Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Warden. No, there's no vote, no comment. It's just if Councillor MacDonald could, for my benefit, maybe, what are the next steps after the recommendation from the federal government? Just so I'm not with bated breath waiting to hear the result.
I know what they are. So now we have 24 days to comment. So there will be an opportunity for a public meeting, and those who want to present in favor of the recommendations from the Commission can present, and those that are not in favor of the recommendations can present, and then that goes into a final decision making after that. So what will happen is, chances are Councillor MacDonald and I will have a role in that, and we will present to the public meeting, providing we have the support of County Council. I can present as warden, saying that that the county is in favor of this move from Prescott Russell to Sdg, and then Mayor MacDonald would do similar on behalf of North Glengary to make that presentation. And because it's a recommendation that is, and it's in the map, in the report, chances are that the recommendation will stand. But there have been others. It's like a domino effect, these things. There are other communities that are closer to the east end of Ottawa that are involved in changes as well, that have been kind of added to Prescott Russell. So there is always a potential there that they will object to being moved into a different riding. And so, that can always change things, but I don't really know whether that's likely or not. So that's the next step, and it happens fairly quickly. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Just for my information, I'm just wondering who would absorb the costs of signage and paperwork and address changes? Would it be the counties, the township? Can you just
Imagine
help me with
it's
that?
Elections Canada, wouldn't it be? I would think. I don't know the answer, but.
Oh yeah, will you take a check?
But I don't think those costs are
No?
downloaded. No.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so that was just for information purposes, but the consent agenda has been read, or the motion has been read out. If there's nothing else, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to boards and committees. Several of you were at AMO, and it was a busy time. Some people got a lot of delegations and some didn't get so many. We only got one for the counties, which was, Tim, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Warden Williams. Yeah, we had a delegation, myself, the warden, Councillor Jaworski, Councillor MacDonald was there as well, and we met with Matthew Ray, who's the parliamentary assistant for Minister Lecce, the Minister of Education. So we had a good, Councillor Jaworski did the presentation around some of the initiatives that we've done over the last few years, including the symposium and our reports and where we want to go and what type of priority it is for County Council moving forward. Then we had a discussion around coterminous boards and competition for students locally with the four-board reality that we have here. So he was receptive. He said he's from a rural area, I believe, in southwestern Ontario, so dairy farm. So he's certainly got context of the issues that we're facing here in our own county. So I thought it was a good meeting, and I don't know if Councillor Jaworski or McDonald or Warden Williams have anything else to say, but it was.
Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Warden Williams. Yeah, just for the benefit of the rest of the committee, we very much went through sort of all, like, the resolutions that have been passed at this table, the report, the symposium, and the final sort of leave behind was sort of that last resolution that we passed, which was the community schools action plan asking for money for the RNEF for rural schools. If the moratorium is lifted, that it doesn't touch rural schools. And I'll make one other comment on that before I do. I just wanted to mention that MPPs Quinn and Sarazai both joined us for the delegation. So I know that was a first for me to have both MPPs that cover SDG to participate. So that was, I really appreciated them being there. And on the topic of the moratorium, I was able to ask a question on the next day in the Bear Pit to Minister Lecce about raising the RNEF for rural schools. And he took that question and ran with it and touched on the issue of moratoriums and how the province is committing to not lift the moratorium until there's been an in-depth look at rural funding models to ensure that, you know, our schools are not going to be hit harder by the lifting of the moratorium. So that I felt good about the answer. I mean, obviously it's all about, you know, what actually happens afterwards, but I thought it was good that he proactively went there versus just dealing on the funding question, which is what I'd posed. So yeah. Thank you.
And good job, Councillor Jaworski, on your presentation. It was excellent. We did have a joint SDG meeting with the Minister of Infrastructure. It was kind of nice to see all of the 6 municipalities around the table contributing to a discussion. We didn't get any solid answers about any upcoming dollars, but well, we were given some marching orders anyway. Tim and I spent the first day, the Sunday, in Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus meetings and did a presentation to Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal, and I can never remember what it's called. Anyway, and that was very well received. The Wardens Caucus is working on a very bold plan for housing, and that will be coming further into kind of the public realm as of September, October, so you'll be hearing more about that, but that was busy times. As far as other activities that I've engaged in, I've gone to a whole lot of fairs in the last couple of months, which has been very enjoyable. I've enjoyed attending communities around SDG, including the Meet Me on Main Street in Winchester, which is a fantastic initiative. So if any of you have not been to any of the North Dundas Meet Me on Main Streets, you must go, and you should steal the idea and bring it to your own community. I went on Monday morning, or on the Wednesday morning, as AMO was ending. We left directly from Ottawa and went to Cornwall for what was a very important announcement there. The Minister of Health announced, in conjunction with a partnership with the Cornwall Community Hospital and Prescott Russell SDG OPP and the Cornwall Police and then a residence associated with it is called the Safe Beds Program. And so she was announcing funding, some $600,000 to this program, which is providing crisis beds for mental health and addiction, people in crisis. And what's so important about this is that, you know, we've made huge steps forward with addressing mental health and addiction in different ways across our region. But we have not had any crisis beds available for any people in the entire region of Cornwall, SDG, or Prescott-Russell. So this is a big deal. And so I was really glad to be there for that announcement. We had a meeting just last week, and we are working on lobbying for upgrades, passing lanes in particular, to the 138. So I just wanted to let you know that that is ongoing. We have a working group, and we are going to be meeting with the director of operations for the MTO, East Region, this week. And we hope to make some progress on that. We'll report back. We also met on the Cornwall train station. There's a working group with regards to the train station and trying to get it upgrades on it. And I just wanted to, last thing I wanted to mention is that the hiring committee for the CAO has been very active. We've met with the consultants, whose names I cannot recall. What's the name of the consultant? Palmer and Associates. Very, very impressed with them. So Councillor Jaworski and Councillor Fraser and I met with them last week, and we're putting together a very robust recruitment plan that we have commented on. It's gone back to the consultant. They're going to be forwarding us a work plan, which we will then share with County Council, so you'll know exactly what's going on there. So that's my report for the Warden's report. And if we could please have someone from the Joint Liaison Committee report, please. Go ahead, Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, Warden. Committee met 2 weeks ago or so, I think the 10th of August. That's right here, 11th of August, sorry. Met right here in County Chambers. From the Paramedic Services report, the highlights are that the call volume continues to increase, 9% up so far this year, and they've had to hire 18 paramedics to try to get some stuff done. The offload delay is still causing issues, especially in the city of Ottawa, as everybody has heard. There have been some announcements from the Ministry of Health, and we'll see where they all go. No update on that from the service. No surprise, fuel costs are significantly up, and fuel costs are a big deal with the Sdg Cornwall Paramedic Service. 30% up is a big budget item that's going to be way out of whack. Vehicles ordered in 2021 have arrived, but none of the vehicles ordered in 2022 and will arrive before 2023. So as much as we'd like to see more stuff on the road, can't do it if you don't got them. In housing, there's still 453 households on the wait list for housing in Sdg Cornwall. Social services relief funding, the funds have been allocated. We're waiting on the province to do the announcement. It is a big deal for Sdg when it does occur, but we will have to wait for the province to finally come up with their communication program. There's a discussion going on right now between Cornwall and Sdg, and Tim's involved in it, concerning who would take on the debt on new builds in Sdg for social housing. Currently, the city of Cornwall takes on all that debt, so as many of us know, adding on to your own debt within your jurisdiction kind of puts a crinkle into what you may have to do down the road concerning debt load. So they are looking at it at this time. I think that needs to come back to County Council at some time. I do have an opinion, but we'll wait till then. The new build process, the 9th and McConnell is going. Currently, they're trying to stage it to make it work over time. The Pitt Street North one, which is the newer one, is still in the design plan. Comes to child care, there's nobody on the wait list for child care fee subsidies. New construction in Winchester, that center will be open this fall, so that'll add to the capacity. The Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement, they're going through that with the licensed daycares, and there's more time for them to opt in. Canada Works, the caseload has decreased slightly to 1,541 cases, which is down from historically, we used to be over 2 on a continuous basis, so that has shifted. Ukrainian migrants are getting emergency benefits through Ontario Works in our area, and they're primarily living in the Alexandria area, which is a good thing. We're trying to help people that have been displaced from their homes, and I'm certain that it's not an easy thing. From our own provincial offenses, electronic tickets have come to fruition, and I know that Rebecca's hoping they work a lot better than the old system, and things will carry on. I did kind of glance over the statistics, but up to the end of June, we're trailing where we always trail, which is downward. Certainly going to be a challenge, I believe, down the road. Currently isn't yet, so that's about it. If any comments, questions, concerns, please let me know. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And just to add to what Councillor Byveld said, I would impress and hope that everyone around this table would be to give direction and to show their solidarity for the commitment of what it is that we're doing with our ambulance service right now, because Mr. Lister alluded to the fact, and I'm sure everyone's seen that Toronto is talking about hiring more people because of the crisis that's going on in the emergency rooms. And although he doesn't come out and say it because it hasn't actually happened to him yet, but Mr. Lister was sort of pointing us in the direction that we have ambulances that are now waiting in those long lineups in Ottawa. They are also using the ambulance people, rightfully so in many ways, to help with the emergency rooms. But they've also started to speak about the fact that they want to have a discussion about what our process is for not leaving our ambulances. When we followed Clarence Rockland's, Prescott Russell's lead with our ambulances go in, they do exactly what they're supposed to do, and they do it to an exemplary fashion, but then they leave, and they turn off the radios to get back here so we're not without them. They want to have a discussion about that. I would hope that whoever goes forward with being on this committee, that this table makes a point of making it clear that we want that to continue until our issues go on. And this is not an us and them thing. I understand that Ottawa is inundated with their emergency rooms, but many of you people are sitting in places that don't have an emergency room open on weekends and stuff. So we don't have time for our ambulances to be staying in there. We never did, in my opinion, but we certainly don't have it now. And yes, as a person, I can commiserate with Ottawa, and they're having trouble being overrun with an emergency room. But again, we have emergency rooms that can't even open. We need to make sure that that committee is understood, at least our portion, with the City of Cornwall, so that they understand that we still support that goes on, because that can be a very big issue for us right now. We could actually go further backwards than when we started. And I'm sorry to belabor that, but it's very important to me. And certainly, we need to make sure that we maintain that role, and that Mr. Lister understands that he has the support from this table. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Armstrong. Okay, if there's nothing else, then we will move on to Library Board. If I don't know, oh, there's no meeting? No meeting. Okay, very good. Police Services Board. Councillor Wirt? Okay, it's coming up. Eastern Ontario Health Unit, Councillor Gardner. Oh,
No, I missed it with my grandmother's passing.
Yes, all right. So, yeah, we basically, the meeting was, more about COVID and about a new vaccine that's going to be coming out that is going to be kind of sharing, the old virus and the new virus that should protect better. It was a lot of information about COVID, which all you need to do is read the paper, and you get all that info. Glenstordon Lodge.
We haven't met since June.
Haven't met since June. Okay. St. Lawrence River Institute. No meeting. South Nation Resource Water protection, we haven't had a meeting. Municipal advisory Algonquin land claim.
There hasn't been a meeting at all.
No. Okay. Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, we have not had a meeting over the summer. However, there is a meeting in September where we will be meeting the new executive director for the first time, so I'll report after that. And then the Regional Emergency Response Council, we have not met over the summer. So on to key information reports. One window permitting, municipal modernization funding update. So Ben, please go ahead.
Thank you all. Excuse me. I'll keep this one very brief, but I just wanted to give Council an update on it because it is a big project. And if you followed Minister Clark's speech at AMO, you might have actually heard a shout out to Sdg and this project itself, because it is something that has that opportunity to be transformative within the world I work in, at least, and other municipalities. But long and short of it, it's progressing according to schedule. Things are going really well. We've really appreciated the support of our partners that are also participating in it, and that's specifically identified in the key information report. But other than that, just again, a quick summary of it is we are creating something that doesn't exist in the market right now, is a way to quickly and efficiently review and approve permits, a variety of permits, which will help developers and development applications. And that goes from moving permits, entrance permits, setback permits, all sorts of different things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's all geographically based. It's all stuff that people who are, for example, someone that's moving a heavy load, they'll be able to see on our up-to-date map where roads are closed, things that might be in their way. They can automatically pick a route that makes sense for them, and they have to just register once. They draw the route and say submit. We look at it, we say sounds good. They put in their credit card information, permit issued within minutes of submission if we get or minutes of us receiving and reviewing it. So it's, I think, going to be a great system when it's up and running. And to be honest with you, what we are hoping to do at this week is we will be the first municipality to go live with certain elements of it. So that's our plan for this week, is actually start going live with some of it. So it's going to be a good week for us.
Thank you for that, Ben. Any questions or comments? Tim, where did we hear about this? There was, somebody was touting this.
Ben mentioned it. It was mentioned by Minister Clark at the Bear Pit.
Right, okay. Yep. Very good, thanks. Okay, then on to draft roundabout cost sharing policy. Ben?
Sure. I'm guessing this there won't be a lot of discussion here, so I'm kidding. No, and I do want to point out that this is really for discussion. And it's we consider it at the staff level to be the starting point, and we look forward to council's feedback and input. We've tried to think of, both from the from design to maintaining it, and what kind of things that challenges we continue to face, and I don't want to make it sound dramatic, or that these are things that we aren't working through and working out with our local municipality and our stakeholders. We are, but we also recognize that if we don't have a policy in place, and I think Councillor Gardner was certainly one that advocated to get a policy in place, and I appreciated that. With a policy in place, then it's very clear in terms of who has responsibility for what, and this is that starting point. So what I'm proposing to do is just quickly go through it, and then from there perhaps solicit some feedback from council. If we've got some good direction in terms of where we go forward, I could be back at the next council meeting with the final report, or perhaps another draft for further discussion. So in terms of roundabouts themselves, in this policy, we've identified, or we've created 4 definitions that we think are important to differentiate between. First one is really between 2 different elements, is the hard landscaping element and the soft landscaping element. So when I say a hard landscaping element, I mean it's a permanent constructed feature within the with an aesthetic element to so aesthetic being like it has a decorative purpose, but it is a hard landscaping element. The quickest thing that comes to mind is the beautiful retaining wall we've constructed in Morrisburg. That's a hard landscaping element. It's an element that provides an aesthetic feature to that roundabout, and so that's keep that kind of thing in mind when you're thinking about hard landscaping. Soft landscaping is a decorative element that can easily be transplanted, replaced, or removed, so shrubs, bushes, trees, flowers, things like that. If it has an ornamental purpose in the design, it's strictly for beautification, so trying to make it look nice. If there's a safety purpose, it's needed for the proper functioning of the roundabout. So both hard and soft landscaping can have both ornamental and safety purposes. But in the terms of this policy, if it does have a safety purpose, safety is the primary function. So that's kind of the lead function, because some of the cost sharing that flows out of this policy is based on whether it's a safety thing or an ornamental thing. So, for example, we'll come back to the wall in Morrisburg. It does have a safety purpose because it's providing that visual barrier between all the legs of the roundabout. You always want to separate the view through it because you're trying to slow down traffic. You don't want to, for example, in the nighttime, if the street lights are out, if you don't have that visual break in between that roundabout, it just looks like a normal intersection, and that can be a problem for people. And I've seen other roundabouts where if they don't have it correctly, it can be very unsafe for approaching vehicles. So, whenever we, and the policy itself has been broken into the capital side of it and then the maintenance side of it. So the capital costs, the policy states, or the draft policy indicates county pays 100% for the design and construction of safety elements. And maybe backing up, and I apologize, I should have said this first, we really, as we worked through this policy on a draft level, we really reflected on our most recent experience working with the staff at South Dundas, and it's been a great collaboration with them in terms of how we split out, because that was a jointly funded project between our municipality as well as South Dundas municipality, and there was elements of aesthetic nature, safety features. So what this policy in terms of capital identifies is how we actually approached the work with South Dundas, so it mirrors that approach. For construction of safety elements, 100% goes to the county, and then if we are working with the municipality to actually, if the local municipality wants a large say in terms of how it looks, how those features are, the draft policy suggests a cost split at 50-50. And when it comes to ornamental elements, so the trees, the shrubs, those are strictly split 50-50. So both have an equal say in terms of volume, type, where they are, what they are, and that's something we've again really appreciated, having that feedback from most recently South Dundas, but having those discussions and understanding what we're looking for from the final design. Switching gears to the maintenance side of it, what the draft policy suggests for local maintenance is that the local municipality is coordinating the maintenance efforts of the landscaping elements, with costs being split equally. And the reason, the rationale for including this in the draft policy is it does allow the local municipality to determine an appropriate level of service based on the design. It also, I don't think anybody would disagree that there's a really great connection between local municipalities and BIAs, volunteer groups, all those different elements that exist in those communities. And I think that there's, by empowering the local municipality to coordinate that effort, there's a better ability for the local municipality to perhaps work with some of those engaged stakeholders to provide, if it's annual flower planting in certain, flower pots and beautification, or, some kind of adopt a roundabout initiative. I think that creates that connection, or that better establishes and allows that connection to take place. The county would continue to pay, maintain and pay for non-landscaping elements, and I do want to asterisk that unless it's otherwise prescribed in the Municipal Act. So elements associated with sidewalks are, as they always have been, a local municipal responsibility. But that being said, we have curbs, we have splitter islands, and pavement itself. Those are things that the county obviously needs to maintain in terms of, sweeping, budgeting to replace asphalt, fix concrete, all the signage. Those things are things that the county would continue to pay and maintain. Third element of the policy, which is something that's really more recently come up, starting last year, quite honestly, is, and I think it's a great thing, is that there's this, we've seen some local desire to have some public art and other enhancements within the roundabouts, and I'm going to turn my discussion more towards South Stormont, because we do have like a local artist donated the canoe to be installed in the one roundabout. We've had a request to have a wood carving again in Long Sault, but at the other roundabout. And in the wintertime, for example, there's a local volunteer that goes and puts up Christmas lights and some Christmas decorations in Long Sault to beautify it. It looks very pretty, and I think that that's the kind of thing that we want to continue to encourage, work with the local municipality on. What the draft policy suggests is the local municipality. We just defer to the local municipality whether they want that public art there or not, and let them determine it. And then we share the cost to install it, remove it. And that's what we've been doing. I'll kind of turn my experience to the South Stormont. We've generally deferred to South Stormont whether they like something, don't like something. Well, it's always been because these have always been well appreciated and well thought out enhancements to those roundabouts. But, for example, with this canoe, county looked after putting in, coordinating some of those efforts, but we also used the local municipality to help us with some of the media side of it, any storage and things like that, or removing it in the wintertime. It's the local municipalities doing it. So we've kind of found ways to share those costs and those efforts. We have talked to local staff both in South Stormont and South Dundas. Some of the feedback we've received from them is they appreciate certainly the description and having a policy in place that defines how that responsibility is set out. They appreciate the ability to input at the design stage and as part of ongoing maintenance, because there's and I'll use South Dundas as an example. Perhaps not each roundabout needs to be painted with the same brush, or similar between South Stormont and South Dundas, that, to set out we need to mow it X times a week, we need to do this, we need to do that. It might not make sense for each one, and if, for example, the long-term plan for 43 and 7 is a roundabout there to improve the safety of that intersection. I'm not saying that's where things are going, but as an example, how we maintain that roundabout might be very different than the one in downtown Morrisburg. So we don't want to set out a very blanket kind of level of service for ongoing maintenance, but rather allow the local municipality to set the pace, and we continue to financially participate equally with them. Another comment we had was making sure that the policy allows for an adopt a roundabout, so for the community involvement. And from our position, or from where I sit, I feel it's implicit in that draft policy, but it's a comment well received. And certainly, if council wants us to be a little more explicit in the policy, I'm happy to kind of create that section, or to make sure it's clearly identified in there that that's what we want to encourage and allow. And another comment we received was just about the cost of pedestrian facilities. And again, there is a line in the policy, the draft policy, that does identify the Municipal Act really supersedes anything we're setting out in here. So just by virtue of that, I think it's implicit in there. But again, that's something I'd be happy to, if council wants us to include it, I'd be happy to explicitly include it in the draft policy. So with that, I'll leave it for council's feedback, and we can go from there.
Very good. Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Landry, please.
Thanks, Madam Warden. Ben, just a couple of questions. So you point out the differences between the two municipalities, like if you compare Long Sault to Morrisburg, that roundabout. The greenery, the soft landscaping that's on the side in Morrisburg. As you know, I've received a lot of complaints about the status of that. And in Morrisburg, as in many other municipalities, tourism season is kind of a high season for visitors and that type of thing, and they were looking quite ratty. And we were very fortunate that we had Tony, a gentleman from Morrisburg, that volunteered his time, listened to podcasts, and weeded away. So we were very fortunate with that. I understand through this that we will take over the maintenance and that type of thing of those, the plantings on the side. Like, I mean, we talk about the roundabout, but in some of these projects, you're talking about, the curbing, the streetscape, if you will, right? So is the streetscape, like when you're saying roundabout, are you just talking about the physical roundabout with, and the perimeter around it? Are you talking about the entire project?
So that's a great point, because the intention was the entire project. As you're saying it, I'm reflecting on the draft policy saying, well, yeah, I guess it's not clear that that's the expectation, but that is the expectation, is that it's all kind of one project. And I think that needs to be better outlined in that draft policy. So point well taken, and that's something I'll definitely have to, as we get, that's great feedback to include.
Yeah, because one of the issues is it's fine to divide up labor costs, but sometimes it can be staff time that we don't perhaps have. So then that's an issue, that time versus money. So if you look at some of the soft landscaping that's been planted along, like say in front of the mall, that type of thing, great if a volunteer takes it up, but if a volunteer doesn't, and we've gotten feedback from our contractor that's doing the grass mowing, that we've essentially added all these obstacles in, that's adding more and more time to them being able to maintain it. So I don't believe we had a say somewhat in the soft plantings, right, leading up to the streetscape, or did we? Yeah, we did. Okay. Okay. I missed that meeting because they're not really defined. Like for anyone that's been to Morrisburg, it's just you've got kind of a row of I don't know what, just lined up with weeds, and it's just this long row. There's no definition, where in Long Sault you have those plantings within a curb. So it's a nice, neat look versus adding this stuff that can get weedy very quick. So maybe have a look and define it a little bit more. And also, if we're going to expect volunteers to do this, it would be nice to maybe come up with a program. I know you already have that maintain the side with the signs and stuff, how we would recognize those folks in that roundabout streetscape setting, right? Because you're not gonna, it's easier on Highway 2 maybe to say the adopt a highway, might be a little trickier in that area. So
if I may, and I guess the initial thought, and perhaps we want to get into it a little bit further at some point in the future with council, but the initial thought was really to mimic the Adopt a Road program in terms of putting up a sign, and the sign's probably different because it's a roundabout rather than picking up litter, but same idea with the either individual or service club's name as a way to thank them. I know we have in the past. I don't know if we've done anything this year, but sometimes we'll highlight somebody that's doing that work, and so I think those are the kinds of things that we should be doing, and I guess there's more thought to be put into how we exactly recognize those that take on that task on our behalf.
And thanks, I'm thrilled when I read this because I've been pushing to have some light at night decorations in and pumpkin furno, so I'm thrilled that you're going to pay for half of that, so thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. So Ben, I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. So this is great, bringing in about a roundabout. It's for discussion. I think our councillors to the south have a little more stake in the game with Morrisburg, South Stormont, potentially maybe North Dundas. So this basically gives you guidance. You get it's regulated, so you have something to abide by when we come up with a solid policy. Now, falling back on every county road that goes through our hamlets, and where is our policy? I haven't gone in to fully review it, but I know coming in the next term, we have a fairly decent development that's proposed for the north side. Most of our services are on the south side. I'm talking in Chrysler. With that being said, there is no sidewalk, so I have people walking on the narrow shoulder of a road with fast traffic coming through. So the policy as far as every county road going through our towns, do we have a strong policy? Is it something we can incorporate? I'm just talking which responsibility falls on to counties. Is there a 50-50? So we're on the north side, south side, we're doing filling in the ditch, which it's our responsibility. We're getting that done. Now, as far as beautification or portions of it that you're talking about, 50-50 cost sharing in a roundabout, where do we stand as far as every other town that you're going through? And if there's work to be done, is it something you're comfortable with the policy going through our hamlets, similar to what we're doing for our roundabouts? Thank you.
I guess that does bring up an interesting point that I'd love to hear council's thoughts on. Like, this was, I guess, this was born from the roundabout and streetscaping project, but do we want this policy even if there isn't a roundabout? Is it a roundabout and streetscaping cost-sharing policy? And if so, which I don't think, I think there's very much merit to that discussion. I think, you know, having the county participate in it, you know, it is a county road. We benefit from, you know, we get some credit from it too. We benefit from it. We want to have a say in terms of how it functions and operates. It's the world has changed very much since the start of my career in terms of, you know, it's all about moving traffic, and I think that's the old way of thinking. If I'm being honest with you, today's way of thinking is this is a corridor within the community, and we need to make sure we're accommodating all parts of the community on this corridor. We do have a function to play in terms of connecting communities and connecting to a greater road network, but you know, I see the value of you know, this is perhaps a roundabout and streetscaping cost sharing, or, you know, streetscaping cost sharing policy, and then by virtue of that, then this applies. To answer a little bit more of your question, we do have a cost-sharing policy that sets out, you know, it's more along the lines of when we're resurfacing and when we're doing this and when we're doing that. I fully admit that policy, although I guess we'll call it the skeleton, is probably still very good. It is getting long in the tooth and needs to be updated, and it's something we, because you know, to Mike's credit, he said at one point, he said, why don't we just incorporate this into that one? And it's a little bit of more, we want to get this one done, and perhaps as we update that one, they combine together. And I think they can exist on their own. But so we do have some guiding policies for how we cost share right now, and I think, you know, if we want to, this is an expansion of that, and I think that's a great thing. So.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Landry.
Just one more comment. So basically, the reason for me bringing this up is whether we're looking at Alexandria, we looked at St. Andrews was done. We're looking at roundabout. I just want to make sure that whether other municipalities, whether other towns are just getting the same benefits and not getting caught. So with the leadership of our roads at the counties, to make sure that you're looking at a vignette and we're not missing out where, oh no, that's all your responsibilities, and having a policy to abide by at least protects everybody and serves all the residents of all of SDNG. So thank you very much.
It's a good point, Councillor Landry. Before I move on, I got Councillor Smith and then Councillor Bijvelds. Will you be bringing something back? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah, this is just draft. This is really for discussion. I mean,
Yeah.
Ultimately, the intention is to bring back the policy for final approval, and I'm hearing good support for. This is not just about roundabouts, but also streetscaping, and Alexandria is a great example of a project that's not going to have a roundabout, but is going to have some elements of streetscaping. You know, and that's one that's fresh on the mind right now. So, yeah, great example of where, you know, this is helping to define how we're cost sharing. And truth be told, when we're applying for funding for these types of projects, having everybody as a partner and feeling good about being partners in these projects just helps with the application itself and getting those funds. So, you know, great points.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith and Councillor Bijvelds, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, but my reading of this policy goes back also to the crosswalks, and that the responsibility is going to be bore on the township itself. And with the crosswalk, it's not just a crosswalk. My calls are more of the speeding again through the roundabouts. People seem to be looking ahead to see how close the traffic from the other direction is going to get in there, and they speed up. And I've had several pedestrians trying to cross, and they nearly got clipped because they expected the pedestrian to back up. So that's been one of the concerns. Then the response from some of the drivers is, we're not speeding because the speed limit says that it's 70 kilometers an hour. But they're not taking into consideration that they're coming through a roundabout. So there's nothing, I believe, entering a roundabout that says speed is reduced below the normal 75 or 80 when you start getting outside of the roundabout, like away from the commercial zone. There's nothing there to tell drivers that they have to reduce their speed. So they are speeding. how is that going to become part of the municipality? Are we going to be able to put signs? I don't think we can put those floppable delineators that causes traffic to slow down so that it can maneuver between them. We see those normally in city streets, but that's a county road, so I don't know if that's even legal, but it might be one thing that we can do. But is this going to be the responsibility of the townships to take care of that? Because it's on a county road.
Through you, Madam Warden. So there is a posted circulating speed, and I believe it's 30 kilometers an hour. I'm pretty sure there is a sign that has a posted circulating speed of 30 kilometers an hour. That's a non-enforceable speed. I do want to make that clear, because it's anything that's a yellow speed is really recommended based on design. Through Long Sault, it's either 50 or 60. 50. It's posted 50. So the legal speed limit through Long Sault is 50. So if anybody, and I'm going to use a term that Councillor Byveld used, is NASCARing through that roundabout at greater than 50 kilometers an hour, they are in violation of the speed limit. And ultimately, it is a county road, so county council has the say in terms of what the speed limit bylaw says, and then what is actually posted out there. But given the actual circulation through the roundabout is such a short little piece, I've never actually seen it legally posted at 30 kilometers an hour unless, and I can't think of an example of the unless, but if the rest of the roadway was posted 30 kilometers an hour, then certainly through the roundabout would be posted 30, but it is a recommended 30 to circulate through the roundabout.
Well, I think from what I've seen, they're slowing down when they're approaching the roundabout, but when they begin to negotiate the turn, they step on the gas so they can get it in front of the car that's coming from the other direction. It's causing a lot of problems. I've been telling people, I mean, even though I'm a county councillor as well, they're calling the township because they think it's a township complaint, but I just don't understand how if it's county road and a county project, how you can download that onto the townships.
Well, I guess this policy really isn't into the speed side of it, and ultimately it then comes back to perhaps the design of it and how tight you make your circle to slow people down, and the approaching and splitting medians and how you circulate traffic through that to try and, this comes back to some of the discussions we've already had today in terms of influencing driver behavior and putting a design in place to influence driver behavior. So, and the challenge we always have on the county roads is that we're trying to accommodate both large commercial traffic as well as passenger vehicles. So there's always the trade-off of how smooth it is to get through the roundabout versus how hard you make it for someone to go around the roundabout, because you make it too tight and then all of a sudden commercial traffic can't negotiate it, and we create a whole other problem. So I guess to specifically answer your question, Councillor Smith, the policy really, I would say, is silent on that aspect of it. It's not trying to transfer any responsibility to the local municipality in terms of the actual design of it. And that really comes back to whenever we do get into the design and just, I think, working with the local municipality to make sure, kind of the ultimate final product out there makes sense for the roadway, the community, and all those things. And, unfortunately, we keep running up against these drivers who just don't know how to, or not don't know, that just refuse to follow speed limits. And it's a very frustrating part of the job, quite frankly, because it's something that's out of our control. Beyond influencing the design.
Okay, and just lastly, I just want to say I agree 100% about cost sharing for the beautification, that it should be up to each township and put their own thumbprint and their identity on those. That's great. It's just I'm not in favor of the crosswalk. And maybe one final remark too is I think I also seen that you mentioned about adopting a highway. And some families are very diligent, and it's good to have those type of people in our community. And I'm pretty sure I've seen a stretch of County Road 2 through Long Sault that had the DeHaan family on there. So thank you and your family for that.
Okay, Councillor Byvelds and Councillor Fraser, please.
Thank you, Warden. glad to see that this policy is here. I think it kind of evolved from the Airquois roundabout, which was totally ignored and became a disaster, quote unquote. And what we've done in Morrisburg is made it as maintenance free as possible, and it certainly looks good and works good and functions well. I know the pedestrian crossing that Councillor Smith is alluding to is our responsibility. We know that. We do hope that pedestrians understand that they got to push that button, because if they don't, cars coming around have no clue that somebody's crossing there, and someone will get smucked. There's no doubt about it, because you can't see them. My final comment will be that I think that as much as staff have given you a lot of good ideas at South Dundas Council needs to be aware of it also from what they're going to be done. So I think, it's going to take some time to get this through because of that, but I think that's one of the steps that we need to make sure that it becomes a part of our council agenda, so the rest of our council has some input on that too, because it does have some budget implications down the road. But I think it's a fair one, and what Councillor Laundrie brought up is certainly a great point. I drove through Alexandria recently, and I think that project's going to transform it. But you really got to figure out who pays what and how it's going to do, because the county said, "Well, I'm just doing the road and storm sewers. The rest is your problem." And I'm sure that some others are going to say, "No, we need to make this fair for everybody, because you've done it in Morrisburg." Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byvelds. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Lots of my thoughts have been expressed, but I do want to talk about the maintenance. I have a concern in the policy, Mr. Gahan, about maintenance and BIA members or volunteers entering into the roundabout, working about in that area. It's quite unlike, in my mind, working down lower, well off the roadway in a ditch. And some of the things and some of the concerns have been expressed already this morning about the safety of pedestrians, which would include, in my mind, those working, those maintenance. I feel that the maintenance of those roundabouts would best be left to those that receive safety talks, or trained in how to manage working in an area that is dangerous. It raises red flags for me that the BIA members or volunteers in our community would be tasked with looking after shrubbery and other purely aesthetic things. Talking about the safety, and Councillor Smith was talking about it, the pedestrian safety, and you mentioned the hard wall in South Dundas, as so that drivers don't see across and are focused on driving. Recently, I was at an event in Morrisburg. I entered the roundabout, just following the way traffic flows into the roundabout, not seeing across, and I encountered 2 mothers, 2 strollers, 4 kids at about 10 p.m., whatever time that show would have been over, thereabouts. At about 10 p.m., no flashing light was needed, in their mind, I'm sure, because they couldn't see me either. And they didn't know that there was a vehicle entering the roundabout. I came around in the dark, and you can well imagine my surprise when I encountered them doing something they felt was quite normal. I think we need to look into that situation, seeing as how, to your point, they can't see us and we can't see them. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Okay, thank you for that. I think you've gotten a lot of important information there, Ben, and you'll bring this back to us at a subsequent meeting. Very good. Thank you. And an update on the street sweeper, please.
Yeah, very quickly, I just wanted to report back to council. So we got your direction last meeting, and we have now issued a purchase order for a Elgin Whirlwind 2 street sweeper. It is coming in at less than the budget that council approved, and we have, this is a record in terms of procurement through using the LAS joint procurement program. We got it less than manufacturer's suggested retail price. We looked at, excuse me, I just want to make sure I get the number right. We looked at 7 different manufacturers. That one had the lowest price, meeting all specifications. It's a single engine unit, which we talked about about in terms of environmental profile is something that was, you know, an important consideration, and has all the features that we need to be able to do what we were talking about at our last meeting. The bulk of the purchase coming through the municipal modernization funding, with some minor elements that do need to be budgeted next year, but the bulk of that purchase is offset through funds we have. So, you know, I do want to, coming back to how efficient it was for us, within 8 business days, we went from council direction to having the purchase order done, which in my whole career, I've never been that efficient for something of this nature, and I feel very confident in terms of how that process worked, and I do appreciate council's, I guess, support and encouragement to use that. And with council's support, it's something I think we need to continue to look at, because I can tell you, in terms of just staff time savings, like I wouldn't even be here at this meeting giving a recommendation if we followed the typical, you know, you prepare, you know, get direction to actually put together the tender, prepare the tender, put the tender out, wait for the bids to come back, evaluate, do the report for council. Like when we get direction at a council meeting here, it's 2 months before we can, you know, if we have to follow through with a process like that, we can't get back to you until 2 months later. So this, going from 2 months to 8 days is just phenomenal, and I'm really pleased as punch that we did that and met the objectives that council set out for us. So with that, we will be sweeping streets in spring of 2023.
Any questions or comments? Good, thank you very much. And project updates for August. Thank you. Welcome, Mike.
I'll let Mike do some talking for this one.
All right, thank you. Good morning. So these are the ongoing activities out on the county roads at the moment. We are complete with our cold in place program. All of the road sections have been done, and the hot mix paving is coming in, and that will be wrapped up shortly as well. At this point, we would need to complete the hot mix paving on those recycled sections to ensure that we have an adequate road structure, so there's no turning back now. However, keeping an eye on the AC price adjustments, we are still projecting to come in under the 1.8 million that we have in our AC adjustment reserve. Right now, we're looking at about 1.6 million payout this year. So we're in an okay position there. The storm CCTV is still out. Ongoing at this time. As we discussed earlier with the asset management planning, the first recommendation was to continue refining our asset inventory, and this activity is out there doing that right now with our storm infrastructure throughout South Glengary, and as we've discussed previously, we still have North Glengary and South Stormont to catch up on. And then we'd like to get into a rotating basis of just keeping on top of activities and degradation out there. Black Creek Bridge had suffered a very significant delay with the contractor not procuring the type of concrete that we needed to pour the slab, to pour the overlay on the deck. That concrete has been poured. That was completed Thursday last week. So we're looking to switch over to stage 2 of construction in the very near future and keep going with that rehabilitation. The same concrete was going to be needed at Lefebvre Bridge in South Stormont and stage 2 on this bridge, so we expect that they have enough in reserve to complete the project. East Castor River Bridge, there was some unavailability of steel. The bridge work continues to move along, and the schedule is still saying October 4th, tentative completion date. We may see an update in the near future there. I believe switch over to stage 2 is imminent. Ferguson Bridge, stage 2 has already occurred. That bridge is moving along at a very good speed, and we're seeing some good work out there. So there's very little report on that structure. Miscellaneous culvert replacements, culvert lining contracts. So Hallville opened up last week. That bridge is, that culvert has been replaced. It looks very nice out there. I'd love to show you guys the photos. I don't have any on me at the moment, but I encourage you all to visit the park and get a nice view of the beautiful end wall that we put on that structure. Doran Bay is, they worked all weekend. They're out there today. They have the granular B in. They're working on granular A at this very moment. They have the guide rail scheduled for later today. Weather permitting, they will have that section of road open at the end of today. And the paving will occur later this week, and it will be staged work so that road will remain open at least one lane at a time, one direction of traffic, while they're getting the pavement in. Hosick Bridge was to be completed already. The contractor began removals and began implementing the environmental protection measures when it was observed that the underside of the bridge featured a single active barn swallow nest among many abandoned nests. As a species at risk, we weren't allowed to disturb them, and it was decided that the work needed to be delayed until the end of the nesting season. So the road was reopened after a couple of days, and the work was tentatively scheduled to start at the beginning of September. As a result of the mobilization and demobilization and other coordination efforts, we had an additional cost of approximately $21,000 due to this barn swallow nest. County staff consider this to be an important lesson learned and will be implementing changes to our bridge rehabilitation and culvert replacement practices to prevent future occurrences of this nature. Starting in 2023, we will use exclusion methods. There's a manual of sorts for dealing with these barn swallows and some of their cousins, swifts, and it lays out what we can do. So we have exclusion methods to prevent them from activating their nests in the spring, and what it'll allow us to do is have sites that we are confident we can work on whenever the contractor's mobilized to site. Although this approach will result in some upfront throwaway costs, it will ensure that situations that we experienced this year won't happen again. And staff are also proposing to formally evaluate and record species at risk reviews on all major maintenance and construction projects. And it is envisioned that the new forestry coordinator position will be well suited to provide this evaluation and project support. Lastly, the cannon refurbishment. The barrels are still sitting on those blocks out front, as you may have noticed. We had originally envisioned that that a local high school shop class would assist in having the cannon bases rebuilt. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and challenges with remote and in-class activities, that partnership did not materialize. I'd like to acknowledge Tara Kirkpatrick, our county's Manager of Economic Development, for networking and locating a nonprofit group of cannon restoration enthusiasts. Though operating Canada-wide and abroad, the group has members throughout Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec. The old cannon bases and previously acquired lumber have been transported to a blacksmith shop in Watson's Corners in Lanark County. The cost to the county for this refurbishment work is $2,750. County staff plan to budget to have the flaking paint cleaned from the barrels and for them to be repainted in early 2023. And except for an occasional repainting by county staff, the new bases and the new barrel painting are expected to have a 10-plus year lifespan. The cannons will be reinstalled at some point in spring 2023.
Wonderful. Thank you for that update. Any questions or comments? Councillor Byvelds and Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Warden. I have comments and questions here. Black Creek Bridge, I know there's been delays. The agricultural community uses the elevator nearby. Could you give me a realistic day of when that's going to be open wide? Because with the restricted width, it's causing issues with some of the traffic going through from the west. Because they're going to ask, and I know Councillor Mellon's going to ask.
I believe we had an original completion date in late October. and what we've seen is an approximately 5-week delay. So that would put
December?
end of November, beginning of December, yes.
No. I know how we work. December is probably the right, so, okay. I know this is not in our my jurisdiction, but North Dundas, East Castor River Bridge, you say it's gonna flip, but I drove by it last Thursday and there wasn't nothing going on there. Like, I mean, nothing, and lots of holes. So I don't know if you've been there, but that's my opinion. How's that gonna flip? It's a long way from flipping.
It's been about 2 or 3 weeks since I was out there. I was told that the work was progressing on site, that there had been some delays, and if it had been on time, it would have flipped already. So that was what I had been told from the bridge inspector and the people that have been visiting that site. I am due for another visit, the next meeting, which I believe will be this week or next week.
Okay, well, I guess that's a communication issue, because as I said, nothing was going on there last Thursday. Doran, we've had enough discussions. I think the traffic was a nightmare, reverted back, the locals figured it out, everybody else has figured it out now. Lessons to be learned will be communications and making sure that everybody knows what's going on as far ahead as you can, and then work with what's going on. I see places where it could have worked a little better, and some of those ideas need to come from us as county councilors and local staff to, don't be afraid to reach out and work with us. I know that you say the contractor is responsible for the signs, but as you know, the contractor did not do his job, and then we land up looking like idiots, not them, because they're just doing the work, right? We need to be proactive, and if we're proactive, it'll deal with some of the delays. The 401 closure on Monday certainly didn't help. The 401 reconstruction is not helping either. It was standstill Thursday, and everybody gets off, and then you'll end up trying to go back on. I see progress there, payments happening on 401, but let's try to make some of those lessons learned in the communications better. And if county councilors ask questions, responding is a good idea. Hosick Creek, comment on that is, why didn't someone just pre-inspect that before anybody went out? Because I understand that contract, can't work, now we're done, and all that money is spent. So, lesson learned. I like your idea of if you got to do the nesting barriers, fair enough. But sometimes a little drive out and have it underneath, and everything's good, or something's bad, then you can save some money there, because that was not money well spent. So that's my comments on all the construction. I think we've been busy. I'll say this on County Road 31. They're looking forward to the plan in 2024 to get the rest done. I see that in Rose East study, and I haven't had any comments on 7 because everybody's avoiding it right now, but I think when everything gets done on those routes, as much as they are not going to be thanking you, I will thank you for all that work, because it certainly makes a big difference. The Colden Place works well. I think Blair's did a real good job of their first year of working with you. That's my comment from what I'm seeing, and hopefully everything else works out down the road. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I want to express kudos to Mr. DeHaan, Mr. Jans, and especially your supervisor, Mr. Gray. The Hallville culvert, that was an issue in our community in Hallville for a little while, and it's been dealt with professionally, and I think you may have received an email, Mr. DeHaan. The picture is available to show it off if you like. Mr. Lyo sent it. It's ready to go.
Well, this is not connected. Oh, sorry.
Nevertheless, I do encourage everyone to take an opportunity. It was sent out, I believe, to everyone, or it's on the county's website. It's on the North Dundas website. It is it is appreciated, and the conversation with some of the neighbors that Mr. Gray had, they were more than impressed with the effort and the consideration given to the area. So thank you very much.
If I may on that one, I do want to highlight that that was done with in-house resources. Like, that was not a contracted job. Our staff did that work in-house, and from what I gather, it was, yeah, or not what I gather, they did a great job. And it looks like it's actually, I just saw these things show up in front of me, so thank you to whomever is magically putting that in. So yeah, that's all in-house efforts that put that in.
That looks good.
There it is, yeah.
It looks really good. And
that's, I think, if I've got my orientation correct, that's the view from the Hallville Park, so that, you know, people that are in the park will be able to see that.
And he's correct, Madam Warden. That is the view from the, if you're in the park and looking towards the county road, that's what, that's the culvert that you see. It's hard to say a culvert's a beautiful thing, but it is a beautiful thing.
In my world, you can say it. That's all right.
That's good. Very good. Okay, if there nothing else on that point, then we'll move on to the roads needs study. Mike, are you introducing this, or are we going straight to?
Yes, I'll give him a quick introduction.
Okay, thank you.
So, through Council's continued commitment to asset management, the county's previous 4-year resurfacing plan will be successfully completed at the end of this year's construction season, meeting the targeted goals set out at the beginning of this term. In March 2022, the county awarded its next road needs study, which included the preparation of the new 4-year plan to Sdg Waters Engineering Limited. This is Mr. Clayton Waters. Through the spring and summer of 2022, Mr. Waters has reviewed the county's previous plans, budgets, and paving programs. Mr. Waters has toured the county road network, completed calibration exercises with county staff in the field to ensure concurrence, and has prepared the updated plan and report. Staff are pleased to note that Council's investments in our infrastructure are paying dividends. Mr. Waters will be presenting the findings of his report, including the proposed 4-year, that's 2023 through 2026 resurfacing plan. A copy of his presentation is attached to this report. And I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you. One thing first, I don't think you deserve more credit for what you do for your communities. I know whether you're electing going through or not, the amount of time and effort you put into doing what you're doing is, to me, is unbelievable. So for me, I sat for 30 years in council. It's my turn to say, thanks for what you're doing for your community, because the amount of time is just phenomenal. Just really is. Anyways, ready. The road system is really the most valuable asset you have. There's no question. I always tell people when I deal with them is, you think of our county and your county, the road system is probably north of $900 million worth of an asset value. That's an enormous amount of money.
Clayton, can you please speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Yes. The Angie Road network has really evolved over time because of construction and time and demand and traffic patterns. In order to make the best decision, council really needs to do a road needs study, and what you're doing right now, and that's why I'm here presenting the report. Introduction, me. I spent my early life working in construction. I was born in Ottawa Valley. I worked on the 417 from March Road over to Carp Road, worked on 4 bridges, actually carrying plywood, carrying rebar, carrying concrete, finishing work, grading road, paving roads. I did all that for with my own hands and body. I enjoy that. I still enjoy it today. Even physically, my body can't do that, but I still like working in road need studies, and I also do bridge need studies also. I inspect about 250 a year OSIMs, and I do about a good 12 enhanced ones. I also do some other work. I really like doing that. At the County of Elgin, where I worked for 30 years, I looked after all the roads and bridges. I also looked after the emergency planning. I also was involved in land use planning, land division. I looked at after all the buildings, we had about 400,000 square feet. We built 2 brand new ones. We also had 4 brand new EMS stations. And I also got involved looking after all the paramedics. That was a sort of interesting exercise. Being a civil engineer and being involved in health, it's sort of different language to me. But I looked at it as sort of a data-driven exercise. And I looked at it, we developed a CTEST. Also was looked at certainly offloading issues in our county and with the City of London. We didn't have the issues that you have here of offloading. But we also did data-driven because I looked at every once a month I wanted a report back to me of the CTAS. I also wanted to know about the other data that I can quickly, within 10 minutes, find out how well the EMS is going. Let's start with really the study methodology, the inventory structural manual. That's a manual people use across Ontario. It's a good manual to dictate of with the statistics that you need and the evaluation you need of really what you need to do. I was fortunate because I was involved in the beta testing of that in 1989, 90, 91. Also because I was very familiar with the conditions. We made some changes. It's a good practical use for looking at roads, whatever volumes in Ontario. We used the manual to look at really the 505 unique sort of structures or unique road sections in your municipality. And also we use that to dictate really the capital planning, you know, what needs done and when needs done. The detailed road network study was done in April of this year. I actually looked at it 4 different times. I looked at it before I did my RFP. I also looked at it once more on top of that to get the familiarization of really the road network. I looked at it again across all roads when I did the evaluations, and then we also did it again between the staff and ourselves in case we had any discrepancies of what we maybe wanted to modify or change. The biggest thing to talk about in the infrastructure manual is there's 10 rating systems, but the 3 main ones are really the surface condition, the structural adequacy, and the maintenance demands. Once we rated them all, we found out that about 73% of the road network is good to very good condition. This is an improvement over your last report done in 18, and it really gives kudos to you and your staff providing the energy to making improvements to your system. The systems to the road and making improvements take time, take decades to make that improvements. But the one thing I could say is really all roads need money. All roads need investment over time. You do need investments, roads in good condition with crack sealing, because if you can prevent the water going in the road, it won't freeze thaw and create any of those pop-outs or subsurface delays. Or you've got microsurfacing. It protects the road surface. One thing you do notice, or I notice, when I go through road systems, everywhere I drive, I still do the same thing. I look for gravel shoulder. I look at how well the gravel is holding up, what type of surface defects. Even though I drive the 401 today, I came down 417, cross counter at 118. I just sort of came across all those roads. That's what I look at every time I drive a road. I want to know, is there wheel rutting? Even though whether I'm working or not working, to me, I'd still like to know that information. And when you do have, whether good roads or bad roads, you still need work. If you're good roads, you don't take care of them, they turn into worse roads, and they need significant more money to make improvements. Benchmark costs and unit rates. These are rates that we staff, Sdg staff and ourselves came to use in order to figure out what the cost for your networks, the values of them, and also for the capital program going for the next 4 years. We did inflate the cost for the next 4 years by 2%. Inflation is a sort of interesting topic. I looked at it in detail a couple of times. I looked after all the capital programs of the county, and a couple of times I look at what sort of inflation, what do you use? CPI. Well, that's really great, but it's all across Canada. Do you use the Ontario Price Inflation Index? Well, that's Ontario. Well, that's sort of 40% of Canada, and where do we get all the materials from and exercise? Then you have the Construction Price Index. Well, that's sort of really volatile. And then you get the Ontario one. So we've always went back to the CPI because it was a stable, inflationary one that was people readily understood across the whole province. And if you use it over a long period of time, it's a very stable one. Right now we're in inflationary times with because of the war in Ukraine, and the price of the oil has gone up. It will stabilize over time. China has reduced its inflation rates, so which means they're in recession. The U.S. maybe not recession, so they'll turn around and drive down the interest rates. If you're using something for long term, CPI is a great. The CPI is a great indicator because over time it sort of normalizes all the highs and lows. But the most important thing is keeping with the plan, because if you make if you sort of underfund it, it takes so long to get back into to sort of having your roads in a good or very good state of repairs. The network value, as I said earlier, it's directly tied to the network value is about $900 million. It's a phenomenal number. It's a big number, but it doesn't include the price of the land, but it does include all the granular materials, all the pavements, all the sort. It's a big number, and that's just what your engineering staff are looking after. It depends whether you depreciate it over 50 or 75 years, and that really depends on how good quality you do your maintenance. But if you look over the depreciating of 75 years, it's about $12 million annual depreciation. The recommended 10-year resurfacing plan. There's a lot of thought. After you evaluate the road, then there's a lot of other thoughts going on. Let's talk about evaluation. Completed with the condition ratings, one of the first things I look at is what happened and when. It gives me a great indication of, what did you do, when did you do it, I use the same philosophy when I inspect bridges. Does a bridge, when was it built, does the bridge look that old? Same thing with resurfacing. If you did the resurfacing work, does the resurfacing look that old? And if so, did you take good care of it or not as good care of it? The traffic data has a lot of has influence on it, not as much you think. The biggest thing about traffic data is the truck traffic and the axle loadings. That has a more significant effect. The other one, talk about the coordination of nearby works. I try to, again, this is from experience, when I'm working in places, you try to clean up a small municipality. You don't do one section of municipality and wait 2 years to do the other leg of it or other legs. When you go to a municipality, try to do all 3 or 4 legs at one time. Otherwise, people say, well, you were here. Why didn't you do it when you were there? Always try to use recycling if you can. It's really in places much better, more lasting, and plus it keeps your agri reserves for other reasons. Historical road budgeting, typical cost, familiar, and really input from Sdg staff. The next chart is really a 10-year capital plan, and normalized, it's about 11.81 million a year. And we try to just vary that between, sometimes you do more and less, but if you can keep that 11.81 million a year, it's really good for your road system to keep it in a good state of repair. You're trying to work to that 75% good or very good. That's the number that the original infrastructure manual, that's what the province indicated back in the 70s and 80s. They funded you to 75%. That's what the goal you're working towards. The next one is really about the types of projects you're working on, whether it's R1 resurfacing or pulverizing PR1 or PR2 or coal in place. Just sort of a chart there to give you an idea of what they're working on. What it doesn't do, though, it doesn't include the road reconstructions, and we've listed 5 of them in sort of a report. The primary objective of the I'm just thinking of the resurfacing program is to ensure your network is sustained over the plan. This road, I keep thinking back in the mid-50s. I know in our county, there was, except the provincial highways, there was only one road, Wellington Road goes between St. Thomas and London, that was open year-round. 99% of all the other roads were impassable in the spring breakup. People depend on the roads for your grain and your corn and your steel and your bread and your. everybody depends on it. 12 months a year, they want to go down that road, sorry, not posted at 80, but they want to go down that road at 97 kilometers an hour to get to where they got to do. They got to work, they got their own economic. People depending on that every day for every one of us. The program is really, again, it's really meant to keep your roads in good to very good condition. That's what people are asking us for. This next chart is this is a depreciation. Sorry, this is a chart that indicates is if you didn't spend 5% or 10% or 20%, what your rating system would look like. I was fortunate or unfortunate, the county I worked at, our cap budget went down by half of one whack. I don't know, when you do that, not half per se, a significant amount, it was more than 2 decades to get it back to where you can get to where you can say we're at a good to very good rate. It's easy to drop it. It takes so long to change the curve to go the other way. It's really a difficult one. And you're trying to work to that 75% structural adequacy rate because that's what we were funded in the 80s and 90s, and you should be working towards that currently. We indicated 11.8 million is your budget. To change that trend, it's really difficult. If you take money out of the system to try to put it back, it's extremely difficult. Conclusions. 73% was in good to very good condition, which gives kudos to yourself. We're putting money in the system, keeping it good to good. My philosophy of road need studies and NOSIM work is keep good, because that's much cheaper than easier than doing something else. If you turn it from good to very good into one rating system down, instead of resurfacing it, now you're going to have to do coal in place and resurfacing or pulverizing. That's more than double the amount of money. It's really important to keep good. Just to reiterate that about $900 million worth of asphalt just for the roads only. It's a significant amount of money, and I did indicate that $11.8 million was a recommended total for your road system. And that's it. Any questions? And I know I'm past lunch hour, so that's always a troubling portion.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from council? Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just one question, sort of high level, in summary, sort of, if there's one thing that you know, in terms of advice on how we could do things better, fully acknowledge that we have fantastic roads in our area, but if we could do one thing better, what would you suggest?
You know, I'm going to say since probably April, I've thought about the same question. I'm going to say do more of the same. You can't, where I'm from, everywhere I talk to, where they talk about how good the road systems are, and they really are proud of it. And again, it takes so long to change that. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep good being good. I don't see anything different. You're researching at good times. You're cracking at good times to prevent the water going to the surface. You're doing micro. You put on there preservation. I call it oxidation. When the asphalt is new, it's black, and then when it gets older, it gets grayish and whiter. When that's white, it's called oxidation. That means the pavement's not flexible. Doing the right things at the right time is the most important thing of all. I've worked with the staff now I've known them for years, but months. You have dedicated, hardworking, committed, truly involved staff. You can't ask for more than that. You really can't. Anything different? Keep doing good.
Well, that's a glowing report. Any other questions or comments? Well, you've gotten off easy. That's thank you very much for that report. A question. I have a question. So this report will be adopted by council at another meeting, I'm assuming, and I'm assuming it'll also come in front of the new council at some point in time. And is that when it'll be adopted?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's, you know, I guess this is perhaps a nice swan song for this council that the term is ending on, that by keeping the foot on the gas pedal, we've come to this point where we're in an excellent shape. And ultimately, then it's the next council that's got to agree with and keep the foot on the gas pedal. So it's really up to them to, you know, approve this work plan that Mr. Waters has created for us, and you know, and I guess continue to fund it, because I can tell you next year it's going to be a tough year. It's going to be a tough year to fund this program. I mean, it's $11.8 million, but just since this report was created, I bet you we're up another 10%. Is that fair?
I've heard wild numbers, but again, we're in this transitionary inflationary times. Where are we in that curve? I don't know if anybody knows. Are we going backwards? I know doing updates in the OSIMs, 2 years ago I doubled the rates for some of the repairs, the software repairs, and I know I'm going to double the rates again when I'm upgrading that this year. So in 4 years it's doubled and doubled the rates per square meter. That's a good question. I don't know the answer of inflation.
So to that end, it's like, yes, we've got a target number, but really, when you think about it and you look at the program that Mr. Waters has created, it's a target program. So we need to keep completing the work that Mr. Waters has identified we need to complete, and that's going to come at a cost. And it's, you know, I guess if I had to budget it this afternoon, start budgeting it this afternoon, I can guarantee it'd be over $11.8 million. So just be aware, it's going to be a real challenge for the next council, and I don't think as staff we're ignorant to that fact that there's going to be some tough discussions when it comes to budget time next year.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Of all the favored roads I've driven on, I've driven across Canada, I've driven the US, I worked in Kansas and New York City and Vancouver, I worked in subways, I've driven across Europe a half dozen times in Morocco. My favorite road is County Road 18. It just, to me, it's, you've kind of go back and forth down. It's a fun road to drive on. It's very, very enjoyable. And I grew up in Ottawa Valley, but I played hockey in the United States, actually 2 years in Canada. I played with McNairan brothers, Donnie and Bobby from Morrisburg. I played with David Tate, he's from South Tormont. I played with Dick Byers, who's from Cardinal. I actually worked, I was in 3 years up, 3 years ago, I was up in northern Baffin Island working in La Flamboise, was doing all the tanks up there. So I don't know everybody from Sdg, but I know a few of them.
Okay, thank you for that. Ben, will you bring this back then to a committee of the whole then, I'm assuming?
I see it's the next time we see this is with the newly elected council, probably for information, and then it's coming essentially through, you know, whether that council wants to somehow formally adopt this is our 4-year resurfacing plan, or we, you know, as part of that budget, it's getting formally approved. It's really, I guess I'll leave it to the next council to really define how that process looks for them. But ultimately, yeah, you know. We did it, I believe, with this council, and I see the same thing with the next council. Is here's the map, here's our goal for the next 4 years to keep ourselves in good shape, and you know the burden unfortunately falls on that council's shoulders to meet that goal, and yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we are on. Do we have? Yes, no motions or notice of motions, no petitions. Under miscellaneous business, we have our Economic Development Officer, Tara Kirkpatrick, with some good news. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you, Madame Warden. So, give me just a second. I am here with some great news in regards to the campaign that we had started on August 8th, which is our Date My County campaign. And I was asked this morning to do a brief update for you. No, I will keep it brief. And just to share the news that our campaign has been incredibly successful and is now considered to be viral. As I said, we had launched the campaign on August 5th with a press release. We officially opened the intake period on August 8th. In that time, we've had incredible footage. So our coverage from the media has been phenomenal. I know we've heard a lot of great comments from our own local residents across the counties, just, you know, using it as an opportunity to call back family members and say, hey, you can come back to the counties. There's this contest, apply. You know, you've been They've moved away for education, they moved away for different purposes, and around the world, and I can say around the world, this contest has had an impact. As of this morning, we have 99 applications. It is open only to Canadian residents. Despite the fact that we are open only to Canadian residents, we have applications from India, Egypt, Tunisia, Iran, Sudan, Syria, Switzerland, Morocco, Iraq, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Mexico, Hong Kong, and others. So not only have they seen it across Canada and into the States, they have seen it around the world. Where are these applicants? Who are these applicants? The applicants come from all professions and situations, and because of the way that we've launched the program, it does load into an Excel spreadsheet. We gave them 50 words to say who you are. I haven't watched any of the videos, although I'm sure they're riveting. They include physicians, journalists, school bus drivers, and retirees. We have many new Canadians who have applied. As well, many of these applicants in those 50 words have spoken to the rising cost of living in their communities and their inability to purchase homes in their market. We had more than one say, I'm living in my parents' basement. My wife and my kids are living in my parents' basement. I want to go somewhere where I can afford an apartment, a house. Many of those comments came from the GTA. We have had so much press coverage. It's been phenomenal in terms of product placement for SDG counties, which was ultimately the goal of this campaign. The goal of this campaign was to identify where is SDG counties, to showcase that out into the province first, and then outward from there. We've had paid placements, so I did pay for a few of them. So we have digital screens playing on the Highway 401 in Toronto. They've been playing for the past week. They run for about another few days. We had a full-page ad in Our Canada magazine, which was sent out with the Globe and Mail as of last week. Starting soon, September 9th to the 20th, we're going to be playing on CTV Ottawa. During that same placement period, we're going to be on the CTV Morning Show, which is on September 5th. And we're also going to be on Move 100.3 FM playing the baritone voice of Date My County, as you've seen in the ads. And I will play that very brief 1-minute clip at the end. As a comparative, just to show how successful are we in using Bell Media and why did we use Bell Media, we had a television contract with them earlier this year for the tourism campaign. For the video impressions of the ad, we had 2.7 million views. For the digital ads, so we had paid for the placements on CTV's app where you have to watch it before you watch Murdoch Mysteries or whatever you're watching on CTV. We had 57,000 impressions. And through a contest with them, we had an additional 157,000 views. So we do anticipate there will be similar results for this campaign. On our social page, we've had over 25,000 people view the contest. We've had 5 radio features, including CBC Radio 1, Toronto, London. We were on 6:40 a.m. Our warden was on More in the AM News Talk 1010, and we were also on CFRA. Through blogs, we've had major input. So our blogs alone equal about the value of what we've invested in this program, because we do know how much it costs to do paid placements on these blogs. So we've been featured on Yahoo, we've been featured on Montreal blog, Toronto blog, Narcity, and our Windsor. And the Yahoo blog was actually Canada-wide. So it's played in every major city. On television, we were featured on Your TV Cornwall as well as CTV News. And in newspapers, we've been all over the place. All of our local media have been very supportive. We've also been featured in the Toronto Star, which did a major feature last week, as well as in other major publications around the country. So I just wanted to show you very briefly the video that we've come up with, and this was with the support of Creative Good, the ad company that we used for the other tourism videos. And when we were commissioning this video, I had asked them very specifically, we wanted to be inspired almost by, a Tinder ad. Like we wanted to really play on the voice of Date My County, of coming to live with us. So this is the website for the contest. So as you can see, applicants go to datemycounty.ca. They would be going onto the application form, which is very straightforward. They upload a 1-minute video from YouTube showcasing why we should select them and fill out the application. And this is the video that we'll be playing on CTV.
I'm looking for that special someone. Someone who's up for fun and craves adventure. Loves long strolls and longer paddles. Someone who enjoys quaint road trips dabbled with all kinds of delightful detours. Someone who wants to mingle, stay a while, like a whole year. Is that you? I'm Stormont, Dundas, and Glengary, and I'm ready to go steady, with endless opportunities across the county. I'm offering $1,500 to one lucky date. A passionate suitor who wants to move in for the year, experience all of SDG, and share out our stories. Love struck? I hope so. This is your chance to explore SDG counties like it's your job. Apply for a year like no other. Go to datemycounty.ca to apply.
Okay. Well, all I can say is congratulations on a terrific program, Tara.
Thank you, Madame Warden. It's been a really exciting process, and I look forward to bringing it back to our Regional Incentives Approvals Committee to help with the final selection of that candidate. And I will be bringing a report to County Council at the next meeting, just asking how we will be forming that committee and at what time, just because of the election. So we'll have a few questions on how to form it, just hopefully so that we don't have to wait until end of January to go through this election process.
Well, that's great. Thank you for bringing us this report. It's hot off the press, so it's timely, and before the news gets old, so thanks again.
Thank you, Madame Warden.
Any questions from anybody? Okay, Councillor McDonald. Oh, it's Tinder. I heard you were blocked.
And Madame Warden, if I may, our summer students are finishing this year, and I just wanted to take a moment to say how exceptional they were this year. They've done so much great work. So I just wanted to say kudos to our students, Mikkel Billard, Adriana Bertrand, Michaela Coleman, and Owen Russell. They're heading back to university, and they've done great things for SDG tourism and for our historic SDG jail.
Okay, well, I think I can say on behalf of the entire council a big thank you to all of them. I saw them in action on many occasions, and they were they did a great job. Thank you. Okay. Now we are no unfinished business, and we will be going into closed session now. So I may ask the clerk for an in-camera resolution, please.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Gardner, that council proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, legal matters, and pursuant to Section 238(2)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, CAO performance review.
All in favor of the motion?
It's
Okay.
moved by Councillor Wirtz, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that council rise and reconvene without reporting.
Oh, all in favor. Thank you very much, everybody. All right.
Next. It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw number 5370, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.